evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. I welcome you to the special study session and regular meeting of the Pacifica City Council. Today is May 23rd, 2022, and I don't have my clock. The time is 5:03, and we're going to open up our study session. And we have Sam here to help us with that.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Sam Bautista, your Deputy Director of Public Works. Tonight we have our tree experts, Allison Steer and Allison McCann of Davie Resource Group. Tonight's study session is to discuss the community outreach and benchmark study, which was released to the public on April 22nd. The study provided recommendations to help update the city's current tree ordinance. During the public engagement events, the majority of the people at the virtual meeting were in favor of the recommendations of revising definitions of heritage and protected trees, requiring a minimum of 2 replacement trees, and to permit the use of in lieu fees. At this study session, a more detailed discussion of the recommendations will revolve around areas that staff found needed further policy discussion from the City Council in order to prepare an ordinance amending chapters 12 and 14. These areas include the following: specific definitions of a heritage tree and protected tree, use of industry standards for measuring trunk diameter, protection of trees during construction, revising criteria for evaluating removal permits, the logging ordinance in regards to loss of protection for groves, fees and penalties. Tonight we will be asking the City Council several questions at the end of the presentation to receive your comments and direction to assist staff in updating the current ordinance. At this time, I turn the discussion over to Allison to start the presentation.
Thank you for the introduction, Sam, and thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Good evening. My name is Allison Seraphin Steer. I am a certified arborist and a qualified tree risk assessor and an associate consultant with Davie Resource Group, or DRG. And my colleague, Tina McKeon, is a board certified master arborist and a principal consultant with DRG. Over the years, the city has received heritage tree removal permits, and the process is difficult to navigate for both staff and applicants. To address these concerns, DRG was contracted to conduct a phased approach to assessing the challenges and opportunities for revising the current ordinance. Phase 1 included benchmarking ordinances from 8 comparison cities, a review of Chapter 12, 14, and ordinances number 636 and number 673, which are collectively known as the logging ordinance. As part of our review of the ordinance, we engaged key partners, city departments, various committees and commissions, Tree City Pacifica, and other local nonprofit groups through a questionnaire and virtual interviews. We presented and discussed preliminary recommendations at a joint presentation with Planning Commission, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and Beautification Advisory Committee, which occurred on September 28th of 2021. Phase 2 started with the launch of a project website. Through the project website, community members were and are still able to subscribe for updates on project happenings. Community engagement included public meetings. We hosted a virtual presentation on November 16th of 2021. We conducted a series of polls throughout the presentation and answered questions from participants. A recording of the presentation is still available on the project website. We presented to Pacifica Rotary Club meeting on December 14th, 2021, where we polled participants on their support of potential recommendations for revisions to the ordinance. An online survey was open from November 2nd of 2021 through February 18th of 2022, which asked community members for their feedback on potential changes to the ordinance, as well as their level of satisfaction with the city's management of the urban forest. Based on the information from Phase 1 and 2 and feedback gathered from Council in tonight's presentation, DRG will suggest revisions to the current ordinance in the form of a draft. The draft ordinance will be coupled with a CEQA study to thoroughly review any potential environmental impacts per the California Environmental Quality Act. Portions of Phase 4 of this project are already underway. The inventory of all city trees was finished in June of 2021 and was used in conjunction with iTree Eco, a peer-reviewed software which quantifies some of the ecosystem services provided by the resource, including carbon sequestration, air quality, and stormwater capture. This information was summarized in an urban forest resource analysis report and provides necessary information to develop a framework for street tree maintenance, which will identify annual strategies for addressing maintenance needs. This presentation will provide you all with an overview of the results of community engagement and the benchmark study for the tree ordinance update, and our recommendations for revisions to the ordinance and city policy. Throughout the presentation, we will identify questions for the council to help guide our recommendations for revisions to the ordinance. These questions are primarily focused on areas where community engagement lacked majority. However, if you have any questions about any of the recommendations included in this presentation or any of the recommendations included in the tree ordinance community engagement and benchmark study report, please feel free to ask questions and we'll provide feedback. Before we begin, let's review some of the history around Pacifica's urban forest program and policies. Pacifica's City Council adopted the first Heritage Tree Ordinance, Chapter 12, in 1984. There have been 3 occurrences of revisions to the ordinance since that time. In 1995, City Council passed an ordinance to address potential negative outcomes from logging operations within the city. The council unanimously approved Ordinance Number 636 CS, which defined logging operations and prohibited such operations from occurring within the city. Later, in 1999, Ordinance Number 673 CS was amended to include exemptions to the prohibition of logging operations, including for instances where operations are in conjunction with a city permit and necessary for maintaining safety of life or property on both private and city property. Later in 2006, Chapter 14, Maintenance and Preservation of City Trees, was adopted, which provided requirements for the maintenance and preservation of city trees. In 2019, Pacifica became a Tree City USA, which is a designation from the Arbor Day Foundation, which recognizes communities that spend at least $2 per capita on trees, have a tree ordinance, maintain a tree board or department, and celebrate Arbor Day. DRG has created a matrix which summarizes the various components of tree ordinances across the U.S. We developed this tool to explore protections for trees and specific components of tree ordinances and for use in reviewing and developing ordinances. The matrix currently includes example language and strategies from 21 communities, including the benchmark communities that were added by this project through the request or discussion with Pacifica staff and early engaged stakeholders. The 8 benchmark cities were selected based on DRG's knowledge of existing ordinance, suggestions by city staff and key stakeholders, and location and demographic characteristics, including Northern California coastal communities, size, climate, and region. In addition to the benchmark cities, DRG used the overall matrix to explore Pacifica's ordinances. The 8 benchmark communities, 4 of which are coastal communities indicated in purple, included the cities of Pacific Grove, Morro Bay, Monterey, Half Moon Bay, Mountain View, Roseville, Palo Alto, and Town of Los Gatos. These communities have ordinances that provide protections for trees on private property through the designation of heritage tree or similar terminology, and establish rules for public trees. Please keep in mind that 4 of these communities are charter cities, which may allow for greater local control over regulations. Because the benefits of trees transcend property lines, many communities have ordinances to protect trees on private property from damage and removal. Tree preservation ordinances generally are intended to preserve large trees on private property for the sake of conserving canopy cover and the benefits that provides. A heritage tree designation is usually applied to trees that require special recognition and protection. So beginning with Chapter 12. The following are our key recommendations for your review, beginning with those recommendations where we mostly receive positive feedback from the community, including requiring a minimum of 2 replacement trees for every otherwise healthy tree removed, and permitting the use of in-lieu fees where a tree cannot be replaced or is undesired. And other recommendations where we request council to weigh in, including revising the definition of heritage tree, adding a definition of protected tree, using the industry standard for measuring trunk diameter, requiring protections for trees during construction, revising criteria for evaluating removal permits. In Pacifica, current ordinance protects nearly all trees on private property greater than 16 inches in diameter, excluding eucalyptus, or a tree or groves of trees, including eucalyptus, designated by resolution of the council to be of special historical, environmental, or aesthetic value. Ordinance directs that trees are measured at 24 inches above natural grade and defines these trees as heritage trees. In comparison with other communities, including 7 of the communities that we benchmarked for this project, the definition of heritage tree or similar terminology is reserved more specifically for trees of unusual size, species, historical or cultural significance, or wildlife habitat. Trees that are intended to be preserved but that do not meet the heritage tree definition are more commonly considered protected trees. Additionally, some stakeholders that we engaged expressed that providing protections for heritage trees as currently defined is hugely beneficial to the community. However, labeling all of these trees as heritage trees does not recognize those exceptional trees that have greater significance to the community. During the engagement, we asked the community in both the virtual presentation and the Rotary Club presentation, should the definition of heritage tree be more specifically defined? And should there be an additional definition for protected tree? The combined results of those presentations shows that more than 87% of participants were in favor of more specifically defining what a heritage tree is, and 82% were in favor of an additional definition of protected tree. Commenters noted that native toyon trees are not currently protected by the definition of heritage tree, as they do not typically grow to have large enough trunk diameters to meet the 16-inch threshold. Based on the community engagement and discussions with city staff, we recommend redefining heritage tree to recognize significant trees in the community that may not meet the current definition of heritage tree. We suggest using the following criteria: Quercus agrifolia, coast live oak, Quercus lobata, valley oak, Acelus californica, California buckeye, Pinus radiata, Monterey pine, and Sequoia sempervirens redwood greater than 12 inches in diameter, Heteromelis arbustifolia, toyon greater than 4 inches in diameter, trees of historical value, specimen tree of any species, is one of the largest or oldest trees in Pacifica, significant habitat value, and visibly prominent in the community. And add an additional definition of protected tree in place of the current definition of heritage tree. We ask the council to weigh in on these recommendations, beginning with, should the city utilize the suggested definition for a heritage tree, and should the city utilize the current definition for the new term protected tree? The current method for determining a heritage tree is to measure the diameter of the trunk at 24 inches above natural grade, which is considered an outdated methodology for measuring the diameter of urban trees. The current industry standard is to measure trees at 4.5 feet above grade, also known as diameter at breast height, or DBH. Among the benchmark communities, 5 are using the industry standard. We asked, should the city adopt the industry standard for measuring tree diameter at 54 inches above ground in the virtual presentation and the Rotary Club meeting? The combined results revealed that more than 83% of participants were in favor of the use of the industry standard for measuring trunk diameter. Concerns were noted that trees that are currently measured at 24 inches above grade and have a diameter of 16 inches may have a smaller diameter and no longer be protected if you measure higher up on the trunk of the tree. Based on community feedback and industry standards, staff and DRG recommend that the city adopt the industry standard for measuring the diameter at 54 inches above natural grade, or DBH. The recent inventory of city trees that was completed was done in accordance with the industry standard. Adopting the standard could exclude trees that are currently protected by the ordinance. However, this would be reconciled by also reducing the minimum diameter of heritage or protected trees from 16 to 14 inches, or however the community determines those protections should be applied. We ask the council to weigh in on these recommendations, beginning with, should the city adopt the industry standard for measuring tree diameter at 54 inches above natural grade, and should the diameter for protected trees be decreased from 16 inches to 14 inches? Construction activities can have long-term effects on a tree's health. To protect trees from construction, Pacifica's current ordinance requires tree protection plans for any development proposal which requires a discretionary permit or other land use approval, which includes a proposal to cut down, destroy, remove, move, or engage in construction within the drip line of a heritage tree. Among the H benchmark communities, almost all have some requirements in municipal code around protecting trees during construction. However, only 3 of the benchmark communities require the development of a tree protection plan, and only 2 of the communities have rules for protection that meet industry standards. The current ordinance defines the protected area to be within the drip line of a tree. There are no specifications for design or prohibited activities within the protected area. While the definition of drip line is generally understood, the existing ordinance does not define the terminology. Furthermore, using the drip line or the boundaries of the canopy to define the area of protection will often underestimate the critical root zone for most trees. Approximately 1/3 of a tree's biomass is found in the root system. Protecting the entire tree, including the critical root system, is vital to preserving trees and preventing harm. Roots of trees can extend beyond property boundaries and can be damaged by construction activities occurring on adjacent properties. Without protective measures, these heritage and protected trees are at risk. The current ordinance does not provide clear direction for trees on adjacent properties in proximity to construction activities. Engagement with stakeholders revealed that heritage trees are being harmed by construction activities that occur on adjacent properties. Even if the critical root zones of trees do not extend into the construction site itself, construction equipment can damage branches that overhang the construction site. Such activities can result in damage to important heritage trees and even contribute to potential neighbor disputes. Because there is no requirement to disclose whether a heritage tree exists on a property, which is the subject of that application, city staff are tasked with reviewing aerial imagery to determine whether heritage trees are present on proposed development sites. Aerial imagery can vary in age, and some imagery may not reflect the current size of trees. Using aerial imagery alone may result in some heritage trees on properties not being protected. Another challenge on the part of city staff and applicants for building permits is that tree removal permits are required for trees impacted by construction, even if trees are not planned to be removed. This has led to confusion, and the criteria to evaluate the approval of removal permits is difficult to apply in such circumstances. Based on the discussions with staff and feedback from the community and stakeholders, DRG recommends the following: develop a permit application that is specific for trees in construction zones that will not be removed. Require a tree protection plan to be submitted with the application for a permit. require applicants to disclose all protected trees that exist on a property that are subject to the application, and require developers to protect trees that are on adjacent properties from construction activities. We request council provide feedback on these recommendations, beginning with, should there be a separate permit for trees in construction zones that will not be removed? Followed by, should developers be required to hire an arborist to prepare a tree protection plan? And finally, should developers be required to protect trees on adjacent properties, excuse me. The current criteria used to review an application for tree removal includes evaluation of general health and good forestry practices. This somewhat vague direction leaves room for subjectivity and concerns for equitable application. Staff identified this as a concern early in the project and requested more specific direction to improve the process. Discussions with stakeholders suggested that in some instances, heritage trees are being pruned without permission. Depending on a tree's life stage and health, even minor pruning, if done improperly, can result in negative consequences. Except for Mountain View, all benchmark communities include specific evaluation criteria in the ordinance. Palo Alto and Roseville also require that an arborist report be submitted with the removal permit application, whereas the town of Los Gatos, the city of Mountain View, and Pacific Grove may require an arborist report at the discretion of the director, or if the reason for the removal is due to a pest or a pathogen. At the virtual community meeting and at the Rotary Club meeting, we asked, should an arborist report be required when a request for removal of a protected tree is based on health, pest, or pathogen, or when a tree is a heritage tree? Nearly 70% of respondents indicated support for the requirement of an arborist report to accompany removal requests. Based on community engagement and the benchmark communities, DRG and staff recommend revising the criteria for evaluating tree removal permits for both protected and heritage trees. Having an internal document that aligns with the criteria in the ordinance that assigns point values to permit application criteria would assist in staff's review of permit applications. This point-based review would allow for some scrutiny of applications that involve heritage trees. In addition to revising the review criteria, persons who wish to prune a protected or heritage tree should be required to acquire a permit. And lastly, if a request for removal is based on a concern for the health of a tree or pest and disease, or if a tree is a heritage tree, a report prepared by a certified or consulting arborist should be required to accompany permit applications. We request council to weigh in on the recommendations. Should a point system be developed to provide guidance to staff on requested tree removals? Should there be a separate permit for pruning protected and heritage trees? Should an arborist report be required to remove a tree if the request is based on poor health, pest, pathogen, or when a tree is a heritage tree? Chapter 14, titled Maintenance and Preservation of City Trees, recognizes that city trees are a valued resource and provides guidance for the care and maintenance of city trees. The logging ordinance defines and prohibits logging operations as defined as the removal of 20 or more trees greater than 6 inches in diameter from a parcel or contiguous parcels in 1 year. The key recommendations for review for Chapter 14 is protect all city trees, including trees not currently protected by Chapter 12. And for the logging ordinance, the recommendations under review are to repeal both ordinance numbers 636 and 673 and to incorporate protections for groves of 20 or more trees greater than 16 inches in diameter into Chapter 12. Committee members and commissioners at the joint presentation expressed concern for the deterioration of overall tree canopy caused by the removal of large groves of small trees that are too small to meet the current definition of heritage tree. Participants in other engagement echoed these concerns through open-ended comments. Based on the response from committee members and commissioners at the joint presentation and feedback received from the community, we recommend that all city trees be protected regardless of size and protect groves of 20 or more trees that are greater than 6 inches in diameter by adding these protections to Chapter 12 and repeal ordinance number 636 and number 673. We request council to provide us with feedback on these recommendations. Should groves of trees greater than 6 inches in diameter be protected under Chapter 12? And with the incorporation of protections for large groves of small trees into Chapter 12 to reduce the redundancy in code, then should ordinance number 636 and number 673 be repealed. Per the current ordinance, penalties for violations of the chapter include a fine of no more $1,000, imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, and civil penalties. Among the benchmark communities, Palo Alto, Roseville, and Monterey have minimum penalties of $5,000. However, these communities are charter cities, which allow for those communities to set penalties for violations at much higher levels than state penal code. Unlike these charter cities, Pacifica is a general law city, which means that the city must follow the general laws of the state. $1,000 is the maximum fine that can be imposed by the city for a misdemeanor violation pursuant to Government Code 36901. Several stakeholders expressed frustration towards the fine of $1,000 and suggested that this amount is negligible for someone who is intent on removing a tree, and therefore it is not a significant deterrent. Furthermore, $1,000 does not cover the loss of benefits provided by a mature tree. Although the city is limited in its ability to assess higher penalties, the city may be able to pursue damages for the loss of protected trees in the community in ways besides penalties and fines. To discourage illegal removals and recover some of the loss of benefits from trees that are illegally removed, the city can add a section that includes other alternative civil enforcement remedies and penalties for violation. Damages collected as a result of civil enforcement remedies can be applied to a tree fund, which can be used to fund the planting of trees elsewhere in the community or other appropriate uses. We ask the council, should staff add a section that includes other alternative civil enforcement remedies and penalties for violation and have damages applied to a tree mitigation fund? All right, the following are the questions that we posed to council during this presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions about recommendations that were not presented during this presentation, but were included in the tree ordinance, community engagement, and benchmark study. And we can return to previous sections of the presentations to assist in discussion. And I realize this is really difficult to read, so.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. Thank you so much for that, all that work. I know it was a lot of work, so thank you for being here tonight. Yeah, exactly. Take a breath, have some water. Just so everyone knows, we have Mayor Pro Tem is on the phone tonight because he's home, and so Tiger's on the phone, and then Sue Beckmeyer is on her way, just so everyone understands that. Any questions from council?
Do you want to have public hearing and then we talk?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just
Yeah, yeah.
asking,
Yeah,
suggesting,
no, it's just-
whatever.
Okay, we can open up the public hearing. Michelle, can you guide me through this because I don't have an agenda in front of me?
It's just a study session.
Yeah, so-
Very casual, whatever the council.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I would like the public to,
Procedure.
okay, great,
That's why it's, yeah.
good. Because we want the public to be able to share with us tonight. All right. I do have some cards tonight.
Her cushion.
I know, I need another cushion too, though. Hold on. All right, let's hear from you all. We'll do Paul Toda, followed by Sandy Ayers.
Hi, Mary. Thank you so much for having me speak. My name's Paul Tota, and I'm speaking both on my behalf and on behalf of my Tree City Pacifica community members. And so we have just want to mention 3 points. The first one is we support expanding the current notification system for tree removals, including posting upcoming tree removals with reasons on the city website and allowing people to sign up for notifications. We request that the period to appeal the removal of a tree be 10 business days, not simply 10 days, and that the appeal fees be equal to the permit fee, not $405. Regarding the website, when citizens know why trees are being removed, it will most likely result in fewer appeals. Also, we on Tree City Pacifica field calls from fellow Pacificans who don't see the signs posted on trees until late in the game and only have a few days to figure out if they want to spend $405 to file an appeal. Having 10 business days rather than 10 days total will give them more time to make that decision. Second point is we request that Tree City USA requirements be added to the tree ordinances and that the city provide ongoing support to the annual Arbor Day tree planting celebration, something we are so grateful for past support. Currently, there are 4 requirements: the issuance of an Arbor Day proclamation and observance, a neighborhood tree board, a community tree ordinance, and a community forestry program with an annual budget of at least $2 per capita. Third point, we request an urban forest tree canopy goal of 30%. Most cities award the Tree City USA designation, have canopy goals, and 30% is common internationally. And we all know the benefits of trees, removal of pollutants from the air, soil, and water. And thanks very much.
Oh, you still have time. You still have
Still?
time.
Okay, that was the minute mark.
Yeah.
I thought he was being buzzed off. All right.
It's a study session.
Okay, good. Release of water vapor into the atmosphere, which cools the surrounding areas, mitigating the urban heat island effect, interception of rainfall, reduction of stormwater runoff, and thus reducing the costs related to infrastructure required to manage it, energy savings and reduced greenhouse gas emissions due to shade provided, carbon sequestration, and increased property values. In addition to the contribution of these ecosystem services, trees provide other health, social, economic, and aesthetic benefits as well. Thank you so much.
So much. Come on up, Sandy. And then Gail.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for everything you're doing. That was a lot of work you put into this, and it's coming along great. We're very pleased with what we're seeing. As part of Tree City Pacifica, and also longtime Pacifica resident, a landscape architect and landscape contractor, I wanted to speak tonight and throw our support behind the idea of the mitigation measure of 2-to-1 tree replacement in the residential sector and 3-to-1 for development, and more specifically to have the ability for in lieu fees in addition to that, if the valuation of the tree that's being removed is in excess of what the value of those 2 trees being replaced would be. So we're going to be taking some trees out, and some are going to need to come out. They're going to be diseased, and there's a really good reason for them to come out. And that shouldn't be overly punitive to the homeowner who's having to have that removed. We'd love to get more trees replaced, but there has to be an assessment of the value of that tree. So having a certified arborist that's local and understands the area, either on staff or under contract, that can be consistent with their valuations, so we avoid conflicts between neighbors, and that knows not only that a tree has to come out and for a certain reason, but the tree that's being suggested for replacement is appropriate for that spot. And we're going to find that some of these places we're not going to be able to get the 2 to 3 trees back in. So the extra value of that, the delta there should go into the tree fund, and it can be used for maintenance or planting trees elsewhere in the city. That would be the best case scenario. But I can't stress enough that the person that is making that valuation needs to be certified, respected, honest, and consistent, right? And here for a while. So there's not disputes between neighbors, right, after the fact. So our overall goal, obviously, is to preserve the trees we have, create funding for the management of the forest going forward, and to make sure that we're putting trees back in appropriately. If you can't fit them on a site, then don't cram more than you can fit on a site. Put what you can, give them credit for that, and put the money in the in lieu fund for maintenance and planting elsewhere. So that's what we're here for, Tree City Pacifica. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight. Gail. Then Jennifer.
Hello. I'm with a citizens group called Tree City Pacifica. We helped Pacifica become a Tree City USA, and we organized the annual Arbor Day celebration. In 2020, when we heard that the city was going to rewrite the heritage tree ordinance, we got to work. We researched ordinances of 15 other cities and compiled a document of best practices. The recent tree study by Davie Resource Group has a lot of good recommendations, but there are some best practices from other cities that we feel are missing. Tree City Pacifica has sent a document to the council and commissions with the recommendations we support and the requests for best practices from other cities that we would like to see in the ordinance. I'll be covering 2 of those areas. We've kind of divvied it up. We have people racing through traffic to get here and some people on the phone. But before that, I want to say we support the 2-to-1 plant-back ratio for not only residential trees, but city trees. Because when city trees are planted, they will undoubtedly be smaller than the trees, and we're replacing the canopy. It's important that we have information about city trees as well. So, unfortunately, for several years, Pacifica has not been enforcing the consequences of violations of the heritage tree ordinance. And this has been allowing retroactive permits after trees have been cut down illegally. This practice has encouraged illegal removal of trees, which in some cases has caused dangerous situations such as flooding. Ordinances should encourage people to do the right thing and discourage them, and the right thing being getting a permit to remove a tree or prune a tree, and discourage them from doing the wrong thing. For this reason, we request the best practice that any person or business engaged in removing or pruning trees without a permit will be fined $1,000 and charged in lieu fees for each tree for each offender. And those in lieu fees would be equal to the value of the tree. We took that language directly from another city. It's really important that tree companies not only have business licenses, but pay fines and fees for illegal activity. If they require permits before doing this work, this will protect homeowners, because homeowners won't, have to pay fines and fees if the companies are asking them first to supply the permit. On another topic, we also support the protection of trees from logging operations. Logging operations have been defined as the destruction of 20 more trees, 6 inches in diameter, and we just learned as measured from 12 inches from the ground. We request that logging operations be incorporated into the new tree ordinance. Am I still okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. If trees are measured at DBH or 54 inches, rather than 12 inches, then reduce the diameter to 4 inches and have a ratio of replacement and in lieu fees. We really thank you for protecting the urban forest.
Thanks, Gail. Jennifer, followed by Cindy Abbott.
Hi, before I begin my verbal remarks, I did bring copies.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
I also did email this in, so if the Mayor Pro Tem is at home and can access that email, I don't know if that's possible, he'll have a copy as well. My name is Jennifer Chilam-Tarana. I'm accompanied by one of my neighbors, and we are here. First of all, we appreciate the efforts and investment in protecting Pacifica's heritage trees. We have both lived next to each other and in this neighborhood for a very long time. But I would like to ask the city in this moment to also consider investing in how to handle the trees that are left outside of this policy, that are left behind and abandoned by this policy. In particular, we live in a part of Park Pacifica that has a large city-owned open space right behind it. On the cover of the letter I just gave you, you can see in a black circle the area that I'm talking about, bordered by Park Pacifica, Grand Teton, and Yosemite. There are very large city-owned trees that tower over our homes in this space. The very first photo in your package is just a brief glimpse of an edge of this area. And they are dropping large chunks into our yard. These trees are dead and dying. And when I say large chunks, the pieces that have landed in my yard alone are actually larger than the trees that are actually in my yard. And I have personally sustained property damage, a fence taken out, damage to part of my roof, and we've had to hire an arborist to actually chop up some of these pieces and remove them because they're too big for us to take out on our own. So these are significant and these are large. And if it's only happening in my yard, you can just imagine what has also dropped in the open space itself. And so that's actually one of our largest concerns as a neighborhood, is the fire damage that has been created by these trees and their debris drying out over time and creating a tinderbox of underbrush. There was a fire on Grand Teton not that long ago where we were all on pins and needles hoping that the fire didn't jump the fence. Thank you to our Pacifica firefighters, that did not happen, but it could happen at any time. We contacted the city a couple of years ago and had the city tree supervisor, I don't know if that's his title, I apologize if I got that slightly wrong, came out and stood in our backyards and said, yep, that one's dead, that one's dead, that one's dead, they need to come down. He did say at that time that he didn't have the budget for it and he was going to go try to make that happen because he recognized that this was an issue. He kind of went silent on us, bumped into him in the Ace Hardware not long after that, said he was still working on it, but 2 years have gone by and nothing has happened, even though he recognized that this was a risk. So we are just asking that you don't wait for more homes or property damage to be sustained, or even worse, injury to a life when the limbs come down, or if a fire is exacerbated by this. The city has the tools and technology to take care of this problem, and we just ask that you devote some resources to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this, too. Cindy, followed by Aaron.
Hello, good evening. I'm Cindy Abbott, West Shore Park resident. And thank you so much for all of the work on this really important project. And I know there's a bunch more to come. This is just phase one. So, but a really good start, and really appreciate the reporting format and how easy it was to win through the challenging ordinance. I want to note that I support, and won't spend too much time on it, the 12 points that the Tree City Pacifica folks have outlined for you. I think those are all really critical to maintaining our urban forest, and in particular, our heritage trees or protected trees. And I think that their mitigation recommendations, including the replanting recommendations and the in lieu fees, are really important because there's just been no standard, and I think that's where we've ended up with a lot of the problems that we have between the community. And it's not been clear, and some folks have gotten away with things because of it not being clearly outlined and not really having clear penalties for doing something that they shouldn't be doing. And some of these are going to help us build a maintenance fund. And as you're getting ready to talk about budgets for the year and future years, we really need to rebuild maintaining the urban forest, or this problem won't go away. It'll just keep going on. A couple of things that haven't been brought up, on page 27 of the report, it talks about better community communications, and I think that a tool that should be there is potentially something for realtors. We've seen in my experience on the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, some things come before us because folks seem to have a feeling that if they buy a property and there's a tree there, but they want to develop, that it's not going to be a problem to just get rid of the tree. So I think there should be something that's passed out to the community for new home sales. And I also think that there should be, as noted on page 29, a lot more standardization and transparency in the reporting. Having an online tool with that notification list for putting out announcements of when a tree might be up for removal, I think is really important. And also even maybe having an online depository of the history of the removal of heritage trees. Right now, you have to go back into meeting minutes and try to find that out. So it would be really helpful for folks on future Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commissions to be able to look at that and to say, here's what happened in the past, here's what was voted, here's what was agreed on, so that we don't have to keep trying to recall it anecdotally. So thanks for considering those things as well.
Thank you, Cindy. Aaron, come on up. Nice to see you. Followed by Kai.
Yeah, I just want to touch on a couple of things real quick. Obviously, I have no objection to anybody that wants to increase the canopy of the city. I don't think that's a problem, but I think from what I've heard tonight, this ordinance seems to be leaning towards all stick and no carrot. I can tell you if most of these rules were passed, I would go out in my yard every year and measure every one of my trees, and as soon as one came to within heritage tree size, I'd just cut it down. I wouldn't allow any tree in my yard to fall under this ordinance. Most yards in Pacifica are only 50 by 100 feet. And when you build to the maximum size on your lot, there's really only room for like one medium-sized tree on your lot, maybe a small tree or 3 or 4 small trees. So when you start talking about telling a homeowner that already has a tree, he has to increase that beyond, most people are taking out trees because it's already taken over their whole yard as it is. And now you're telling me they got to add more. That doesn't really work, and it leaves people that don't have trees in their yard completely off the hook, and you're putting all the burden on increasing the canopy on people that have already planted trees in their yard. Secondly, this lady over here, she's entirely correct. There were no trees on the hills in Pacifica 50 years ago. So to say that the Monterey pine is not a non-native invasive, that's the very definition of a non-native invasive. A tree that's not native to the area, that has the ability to self-propagate and destroy the native habitat of the area. In another 50 years, there won't be any native habitat of Pacifica left. It'll all be Monterey pines, and they're all dying from pine pitch canker, and they're dropping dead limbs all over the place, and the fuel load on city property is at least 5 times what it was 50 years ago. And these forests, places like Cattle Hill, Park Pacifica, if you want to keep those pine forests, that's fine. They need to be thinned out. There should be 25-foot spacing between trees, and they should be contained within that area. There needs to be a plan that says, okay, this is our forest, but we're going to maintain this habitat as original Pacifica habitat. There's animals, birds that are specific to those grasslands and brushlands, and they're being completely phased out. All these things need to be looked at in this ordinance. It's not just, hey, let's throw a bunch of trees out there, because in Pacifica, there were no native forests. So anything you do is basically playing God with nature. You're saying, we want to change the habitat of Pacifica, which is fine, but you better think about what you're doing and what you're displacing when you do it and what the ramifications of that are going to be in the long run, and do it correctly. And I don't think from what I've seen in this ordinance, it's really thought out that well. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks, Aaron. Kai, you're next.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. I want, just as Cindy did, I want to really applaud the efforts that the city and the council has gone through, the staff. Really terrific job, diligence with Davey Group and everything like that. I'm part of Tree City Pacifica too, so just wanted to kind of echo, a couple of the points that were made in one of our recommendations out there. Number one, around the diameter, the recommendation is to go from 16 to 14 inches. We would like to see that go to 12 inches just because, especially with like toyons and just a lot of other ones that are trees that are maybe slow growing but have historical significance or things like that. And when I was the one who actually pulled up the Pacific Grove piece and a lot of those other parts when Davies was first getting brought on and saw how other coastal towns were doing it. So encourage that. We do like the definition for the native species as far as how you've categorized protected and heritage and all that. Those are really great changes and are good recommendations. And then also taking into consideration the extreme fire risk pieces and having ISO certified arborists do it versus just sort of arborists in name, but maybe not certified. And going through that form and that checklist and those types of things. That's pretty much it. I do think that the urban canopy piece is important. So just to, like Aaron's points earlier, there's a lot of stuff that was native, maybe not native, hard to tell what was here 200 or 300 years ago versus what or 500 years ago before it became grazing land and then other things too. But we need to be mindful of it, but also encourage that. And so how can we encourage other homeowners and other things like that to plant what will grow in their area, or even fruit trees or what have you. So it doesn't have to be Monterey pines or anything like that. That's it. So hopefully you take some of our recommendations and approve them, and we have a good thing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. Good to see you. Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yeah, Mayor Beer, we have a few callers on the phone, and just want to remind people if they would like to speak this evening to please press *5 to raise your hand. I have 4 hands raised now at this time.
Great, take them.
Okay, we're going to begin with caller with the last 4 digits ending in 9182. 9182, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
I'm
9182, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller ending in 9182, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, sorry, this is Christine Bowles. I'm having issue with pushing the right button again.
Hello.
First, I want to thank the city. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just saying hello, Christine.
Oh, hello, Mary. Sorry, it's a little stressful. As an architect, first I want to thank the city and Davies Resources Group for their work on this very important ordinance. We've made a lot of good progress. Thank you. So as an architect, I've been reviewing projects coming before the Planning Commission and the City Council for the past few years, and I just want to share some observations on what has gone wrong in a couple of projects in terms of trees and ask you to consider adding some additional language to the ordinance. During the Planning Commission hearings for Vistamar, a condition of approval was actually added that heritage trees could not be removed nor logging operations started until a building permit was issued. This is really excellent language that should be added to the ordinance, as there are a lot of things that can delay or even cancel a project before permits are obtained. We don't want to be taking out trees early that may not need to be removed at all if the project doesn't go ahead. And for slope sites, it can even leave a site more susceptible to landslides without those deep roots still holding the soil in place. Also on Vistamar, a wetland delineation was not done as part of the approvals or CEQA review, despite the wetland being recorded on Fish and Wildlife maps. Arroyo willows are indicator trees for wetlands and provide dense brush for habitat and critical nesting sites for animals, birds, and amphibians. The Vistamar developer recently removed and butchered these arroyo willows, destroying this habitat before it had had its wetland evaluation. I brought this up right away to planning staff as it was happening, but the planning director said there was nothing she could do as these trees were not protected by city code. From speaking with Will Kantz at Fish and Wildlife, I believe this is actually a CEQA violation. So we really need to strengthen our ordinances to comply with state environmental law, and this is an obvious gaping hole. proposed changes to the ordinance that I heard tonight include trees with significant habitat value, so perhaps or willow might be considered. But it's unclear who makes this decision and with what criteria, so I'd really like a little bit more explanation. Secondly, we know we're requiring with this ordinance a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 replacement of heritage trees. And as part of the planning process, the plan should be modified to identify locations for these new trees. Right now, this is just being added as a condition of approval, which means only the planning department can review what is proposed later on. The general plan safety element prohibits planting trees on steep slopes because of increased danger of landslides. So locations and arborist and geotechnical review should really be part of the process of identifying new locations to ensure there's room on the site, that the new trees can survive, and that they're not creating a new public hazard. And I strongly believe the public has a right to be involved in these discussions as part of the planning review process. There also just seems to be very little attempt sometimes by developers to keep existing significant and heritage trees when they design their projects, and I've seen that on Vistamar and the recent 570 Crespi project, where basically, everything in the area of work is being taken out. In other cities, planners expect you to try to save these major trees and even have city staff, arborists review and comment on the applicant's preliminary plans and arborist report, before they get too long in the process. I think we can do more to encourage design that is sensitive to the environment and keeps the trees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine.
Thank you, Christine. Our next caller is the last 4 digits ending in 5528. 5528, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Susan Miller, and I'm a part of Tree City Pacifica and have been a resident for 35 years. I live in Rockaway Beach. I'm going to be short and sweet. I agree with most of the speakers, Gail and Paul, Kai, Christine, and Sandy. So I'd like to say I second what they requested. And in addition, I would like to request that permits be required to prune more than 25% of a heritage tree. And as stated on page 23 of the report, anecdotal accounts suggest that heritage trees are frequently being improperly pruned, which results in a decline of trees. And I believe that no person shall destroy a tree without a permit, where destroy is defined as substantial trimming which threatens the healthy growth and development of a tree. Depending on a tree's life, stage, and health, even minor pruning, if done improperly, can result in negative consequences. So I'd like to see a permit required to prune more than 25% of a protected tree. Also, I support that that the construction of a tree protection zone be based on the TPZ, the radius formula on page 17. We support a penalty fee if trees or their roots are damaged. And you can see more about that on page 17 and 18. And also, as Christine Bowles mentioned, I also concur. We request that no trees be removed in construction until building permits are approved, for the same reasons that Christine suggested. I really appreciate all the work you're doing. I really appreciate that you allow your constituents to speak and be a part of this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next caller is the last 4 digits ending in 9889. 9889, you may press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please. Caller 9889, you can press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Oh, hi, this is Summer Lee. Thank you, Mayor Buer. I love the tenor of the way you're holding this session, and the way you're supporting public input on this issue. And thank you to the city for doing this work and providing this study session. I'm happy the tree ordinance is being updated, and I'm happy to add my voice in support of the Tree City additional recommendations. We changed the habitat of Pacifica by paving most of it over and developing suburbs on native chaparral, so it makes sense to me to encourage tree preservation at this point. If I had my way, I'd go even further and ask for protection of species that might be over 100 years old, but might not reach 6-inch diameters like toyon, and as well as sensitive and valuable wetland arroyo grows, when technically none of these individually might reach 6 inches. I'm concerned about the practice of retroactive permits, which has happened in my neighborhood when a heritage tree was cut down during nesting season to boot without a permit, and that tree has yet to be replaced. And what Tree City is recommending, I think, would help this issue. And transparency would definitely help. I love the online recommendation, as also in my neighborhood, another perfectly fine heritage tree was cut down, and there was a notice on the tree, but it suffered weather damage from rain, and it was unreadable. So the online notification would be really wonderful. I do want to say, on a good note, that I've had good experiences with city staff responding to the scene. When I've called in, when I witnessed the heritage tree being hacked, I think it was getting ready to be totally removed, but the staff arrived on scene and there was no permit, and the staff did a great job monitoring what became only a pruning job within the 1/3 ordinance allowance, and that tree is still there. So thank you to city staff for responding that day. So thank you again.
Thank you, Summer.
Thank you, Summer. And caller, and with the last four digits, 6687. 6687. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the last four digits, 6687. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
We'll ask one more time. John.
Caller 6687. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Mayor Beer, I'm not seeing any reaction from that caller, so we want to try again later. if they
Yeah, we
raise their
can
hand.
try them again later. I want to make sure we come back to them.
Okay, and at this time, there's no more callers, but just wanted to remind you that Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick is on the call.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your public input. We really appreciate it. I know that we have probably questions and things from up here, so go ahead and get started. Whoever would like to start. And I don't see your light, Tiger, so you can always just jump in. Okay.
Did I just hear him talking?
No.
No.
I have my light on. You want me to close?
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
A question, okay. For arborist report, is an arborist report for one tree, or could it be, let's say somebody wants to cut down 3 or 4 trees? Would it be a per tree charge, or would it be all the trees? And they say, this one's deceased, this one's not, whatever.
It would be for each tree.
It may depend on the arborist as
Right,
well.
yeah.
We couldn't say. It could be a site plan that's a single cost.
Okay.
Size of the trees.
And how much does an arborist report cost, roughly? Is it $200? Is it $1,000? Is it?
From experience with our appeals, they were anywhere from like $300 to $500.
So $300 to $500 per tree, probably, right? Okay. And, no, okay. And then, because the concern I have is, we all know there's a danger of fire, right? And just as the resident there from Park Pacifica said, we have a lot of people that their fire insurance is being canceled because they don't have a clearance of, what is it, 50 or 100 feet around their house, defensible clearance. And that's a concern for someone that gets their notice, their fire insurance is canceled. They're sitting on their house, and the only way they can make a defensible space is by cutting down some trees. And if it's similar to, you know, that would, what was her name? Jennifer? What Jennifer said, okay, you're looking at somebody, if you have to spend, let's say, $400, we'll take the difference between 3 and 5, $400 arborist report for each tree. And then if it's a healthy tree, one of the reports is replace the economic value of a tree, and they use the figure 3,000. And then you have the cost of a permit, $400, which, do our permits $400 per tree, or for like $400 for 3 or 4 trees type of thing?
It's per tree.
Per tree. So you're talking, let's say, $1,500 for permitting fees. And all of a sudden, for someone that wants to do a defensible area around their house, and then there's the cost of getting the tree down, which could be $2,500 to $3,000. You're talking $25,000 for someone to make a defensible area around their house due to the fire situation. And that's a concern I have, and I would like, I don't know if I'm just spouting and looking at you because you guys are the arborists, or if I'm making a statement, you know what I mean? But I'm just concerned that a lot of areas in this town, there are people that would be out $30,000, $40,000 to make a defensible area around their house, yet we want to encourage them to be proactive and protect their house from fire, okay? And in regards to Aaron's comments about the Monterey pine, I think Monterey pine is considered a non-native species, and I have actually read some articles that says it's invasive. I don't know if I go that far, but I remember going on a conference with LAFCO, and it was a national forest that every single tree was dead, was pine, because of the pine needle. And they had logs stacked 20 feet tall that they had cut down, and there were still acres and acres of that. And if we're concerned about wildfires in Pacifica, we maybe want to consider exempting Monterey pines as one of the trees that requires maybe a permit, but not the arborist report, or some accommodation for that. Because I think that's a big danger. I mean, I know my house, I've had over what's it's been roughly 28 years I've lived in my house, I've had 6 trees fall and hit my house. I had 3 this winter, okay, and they were all Monterey pines that were, you know, in various stages of disease. And to have to pay $500 to see a tree that I know, I look at and I see that tree's dead. I mean, there's like nothing on it, you know, no leaves, it looks dry, it looks dead, etc. And I just don't know, but all the dead ones all the ones that look like that are Monterey pines. And that I see looking over my hill are Monterey pines. So I'd like to throw that out for discussion. Concern.
When I was listening, thank you for coming out tonight and talking about the hazards around your house. I think it's really important for us to address that. And how does the ordinance address that, right? Because we're talking about protecting heritage trees that are healthy, right? And so how does what we're doing tonight, or what we could do tonight, address hazardous trees? Just so it's clear. Like, what about the in lieu fee? If we have an in lieu fee, is that going to be able to be put aside for taking down hazardous trees, say, on city property? I'm kind of looking at Sam. I don't know.
I don't know why we're all looking at them.
The application of in lieu fees could be defined for any purpose that you would want to use it for. So if that was the community's desire to fund some sort of hazard mitigation fund, that could be something that you could define as a use of those funds.
Okay, like we've seen the in lieu fee now. How much does a 15-gallon tree cost? $200, something like that?
2 to 4, depending on the
Pardon?
species. 2 to 4, depending.
2 to 4, okay, so it's like $200 to $400 or whatever. I meant to ask that too, sorry. You know.
I have questions too. I always have to say this first, that my house is covered with trees. My next door neighbor on one side has hated us for about 10 years. Now the one on the other side hates us too, because she said she has to change her gutter every year because of our tree. So the questions that I had are, should people ask their neighbor before planting a tree? Because now I have a tree that we planted 20 years ago that is now invading my neighbor's property. They can't just cut off the branches because they feel like it. We're taking away their sun on their side. We're causing their gutters to rot through, and a lot of other issues for my neighbor because of our tree. Now, I'm not cutting the tree down. I have no intention of doing that. But I don't want to pay every time she wants me to pay her for her gutters either. So that's a question. Sewer intrusion. The next door neighbor's tree causes my sewer to be bad, and I have to spend $8,000 because their tree roots have invaded my sewer. Solar. We want people to put on solar. Are these large trees going to cause the solar to not work? I mean, we're trying to go all electric, and that's an environmental issue, but are the trees now shading the solar so that the solar's no longer any good? Are we actually in the process of taking their property? Because we just took away the sun from my neighbor. There is a line in here that says, clarify the policy on removing trees to enhance views. We don't have a view ordinance, and it's because of trees. I mean, it's come before us many, many times over the time I've lived here. And when it comes down to the view ordinance, and then people say, well, if we have a view ordinance, then we're going to have to not allow these trees to be so tall. And then people freak out, and we don't have a view ordinance because of the trees. Again, I said, my property is covered in trees, and I love the trees. But I can understand how the trees can be a problem, just like they are for those people. And I have some large trees, and if, now listening to Aaron, if I were to go replace those trees, I would probably put in too many trees, and then we'd have another problem. And I didn't read the 15-gallon. I was trying to find the size of the replacement trees. It said something about spending $750 on each tree, and then if it wasn't up to the $3,000, they would have to put the additional $750 into the account. So was there a size of tree for the replacements?
I don't believe we specified in the report what the replacement size should be, but.
Because that could be an issue too. If someone removes a tree that's this big around and then puts in 2 1-gallons.
2-gallon would be the minimum recommendation, but.
Or they would measure it by caliper, so a minimum of 1.5 inches in caliper, so that would account for any trees that are containerized, balled and burlap, or bare root.
Okay. That's typical, but not in our ordinance.
The ordinance has it, we haven't written the whole ordinance yet, we're trying to get.
Okay, feedback first.
Right.
Okay.
And I think that's what we have the opportunity to do tonight, is to really look through every single thing so that there is a blueprint, so that people do understand, and that'll stop neighbors from, fighting with each other if everybody has a full understanding about what they're supposed to do. And so I'll just be super clear that I think we should go over each of the requests from Tree City Pacifica. I think that they've put in a tons of time, and they are our community experts, and so I definitely want to make sure that we hit all of their points.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to ask what process. I know we have general questions that we're asking right now, but did you want to follow staff's report with the bullet point questions as a guide, so that we make sure we get through all those? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a moment, I think after we all have something to say, and then we can follow.
But then you also stated Tree Cities, so we're kind of have to go back and forth between the two
They
documents.
kind of
Yeah, they
mirror each
align
other.
pretty well
Yeah.
by number, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question about Monterey Pine as well, and the general issue that the mayor brought up about, we're talking about healthy trees or assessing the health of the tree. And so with regard to heritage trees, if we determine that a arborist report is required, wouldn't that give us the health of the tree? So we could determine, and is it possible to put something into the ordinance that specifies if the tree is unhealthy, like the 6 that fell on Councilmember O'Neill's house, it wouldn't apply? Or there would be, you know, a way of addressing dying or diseased trees?
We would still recommend there be an arborist report because that keeps people from making judgment calls.
Right.
But yeah, we wouldn't suggest that there be any additional fees or requirements to remove a tree that's dead or failing or otherwise dangerous or hazardous.
Got it. That was important. I have a question regarding the diameter. I know that we're talking about diameter at breast height, and the recommendation or the question, should the diameter for protected trees be decreased from 16 to 14, and I know that Tree City is requesting 12. Compared to our current ordinance, were we measuring at DBH or were we not?
No, per the original the current definition, it is measured at 24 inches above ground. So that's a difference of, what, 2.5 feet? So, yeah.
Okay, so I thought that was the case, but I wanted to make sure I was remembering it correctly. For staff, on page 4 of the packet, where the line item says protection of trees during construction, I just want a clarification because there's been a lot of questions about or suggestions about holding off allowing removal of trees until building permits have been issued. That's been brought forward. So in that paragraph, under protection of trees during construction, in addition, it says, in addition, staff recommends that a tree protection plan be submitted with an application for a permit and have the applicant disclose all protected or heritage trees that exist on the property. When it says with an application for a permit, are you talking about a building permit, a construction permit? What type of permit?
That's correct. It would be a building permit so that they can delineate those trees.
And while we're talking about building permits, the issue that's been requested about not allowing any trees to be removed until the building permit has been issued, I need a technical answer because I'm not a construction person about if there are instances that for purposes of soil analysis or some kind of engineering reports, there could be cases where trees would need to be removed to enable that type of study. I'm not talking about going in and clearing the lot just to make it convenient, you know, for building. I'm talking about if we have a requirement that says you can't remove the trees, but then there's a building-related reason why a tree might need to be removed. And in other words, an exception. Is there room for that? Or and maybe it's a dumb thing to worry about because it just doesn't come up. But I don't have the judgment to know.
I think at that point, it's, you know, whoever is out there at the site would probably, you know, especially like the example that you just gave, like a geotechnical boring, you know, I'm sure that there's ways to accommodate the investigations and not having to touch the tree.
Okay.
So
there's ways to work
right,
around
so
that.
it would be just observing the site and making inspections.
Okay, very good. And then in regard to That same page, the very last bullet point on that item under questions for council, well, at least on that page, yeah, page 4, it says, should developers be required to protect trees on adjacent properties? And I just want to clarify that, you know, the spirit of what I've heard in the presentation implies, yes, if what you're developing on the adjacent property is going to affect the tree. I just want to make sure this is what we're talking about, right? It's when the roots are potentially going to be harmed, or the branches, the drip line is going to be harmed, something like that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have at this moment, but I'll have a lot more.
Yeah, me too. How about you, Tiger?
The couple of questions I were going to ask were predicated by some of the Tree City folk, and I think that if our process is going to be to go down the bullet points between city and Tree City, I'll just hold off until we go through that process.
Okay, then let's do it.
We're going to go to this questions thing.
Yeah, we'll go down and compare it also to the recommendations from Tree City. Okay.
I think the question that's been raised in the last moment that we had discussion was the disposition or the status of Monterey Pine. Because what I read on the definition of heritage tree stated, I can't find it right now, the specific, here it is on page 4.
And it's, yeah.
The specific species.
And it says, yeah, excluding the invasive species, eucalyptus, acacia, but not Monterey cypress or pine.
Right. So to answer the question, should we adopt this, I have that outstanding question about the species.
Well, and I have one other little question too. So tonight we're talking about protecting heritage trees, and then as we move forward, will we be talking about hazardous trees, like in the next round? Like, how are we going to address hazardous trees?
One of the recommendations in that report was for the city to adopt a tree risk mitigation plan. So that would be outside of the ordinance. It would be just to establish some thresholds as far as those risk tolerance levels and how to manage those.
To add a wrinkle to that, I think when we look at that matrix, risk matrix, I think we need to look at, like, where, let's say you have a tree, where is this tree located, okay? Like, if it's located at the end of my court, okay, if it falls down, there's 5, 6 houses that would be blocked. However, if a tree falls on Highway 1 in a storm and it's moderate risk, that maybe should be considered for removal because that's a major risk on Highway 1, given traffic and access to the city, et cetera. Do you follow what I mean?
Yeah.
That certain defined, and I know staff would have to come up with some sort of definition, but there's certain streets that are critical infrastructure that if the tree is even rated moderate risk, we might consider it being, allowed to be removed.
Would that be part of the point system?
Industry standards for risk assessment do include consideration for targets. So if there is a target, it would automatically have a higher risk.
Oh, okay. But also, like, is a target if it would block let's say it falls and blocks a roadway?
The target would be
target and occupancy. So
so the roadway would be considered a target.
So if it was a highly, like a busy intersection, that would be a frequent or constant target.
Occupancy.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
When I know Tree City also recommended using the ISA Basic Tree Risk Assessment Form. Are you familiar with that? Okay, good. All right, let's start from the top then, shall we? Should the city adopt the above recommended definition for heritage tree? I say yes. I think they should. I think we should adopt that and then use the 12-inch diameter.
Instead of the 14.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do that as well.
I thought that in all the stuff that I read, that it said that maybe we should change from heritage tree to protected tree, because then we added other information into there to just not be just heritage tree, but be called a protected tree.
That's the next question.
That's coming, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Separating
There's
the
two.
Right. So how do you approve one and then
It's
approve the next one?
The second question.
I know.
Oh.
It's
But
both.
if I said, yes, I want to approve the definition for a heritage tree, and then I go to the second one and say, oh, I don't really want a heritage tree, I want it to be
That's
called a
true.
protected tree.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, you're right. You're right. So, yeah, renaming
I
it,
understand.
renaming it as protected tree. Got it.
As I understand it, they gave, and I'm looking at the packet, maybe it's the wrong place to be looking, but what I understand is we're moving from what is currently in the ordinance and the definition of a heritage tree, and we're moving that and calling that now a protected tree. And we're coming up with a new definition for a heritage tree, which is what, if I'm reading the right thing, is what's on packet page 4 with these bullet points.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the only diameter breast height difference is for the toyon because it's naturally a smaller tree or
The
grows
DB
slower.
The reduction in DBH is really for protected trees, because heritage trees could be any size if they're significant for some reason.
Got it.
Okay. Do we get enough?
Does that make sense, Sue?
Yes,
How do you feel about that?
except that a protected tree is, it says, use the current definition of a heritage tree.
Right.
So maybe we have one name instead of two, because it's the same thing. Because if in the heritage tree, it's a historic value tree, I mean, if it's large, then it's going to fall into that category anyway. The habitat value.
I think we're just, we're renaming
Are
it.
we wordsmithing?
Yes.
I think you danced on the head of a pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
okay.
renaming it.
You know, because we say we agree with recommended definition of a heritage tree, yes. And the next thing is we're going to adopt the recommended definition of a protected tree. And it says in there, all heritage trees will become protected trees. So, you know, I think you kind of wordsmithing.
Thanks, Tiger.
Go ahead.
Who's talking?
Tiger.
Oh, Tiger.
So maybe it would be beneficial if we swapped the two questions so that the heritage and protected go first. We have a current definition of heritage tree. We're going to keep that, but we're going to call it protected tree instead as the proposal. And then we have a whole new definition of what heritage tree means. So we have two different things. So for city staff, if you could help me to understand delineation a little bit, what's the difference between how we would approach a protected tree versus how we would approach a heritage tree if we have these two different definitions, one being the protected tree, which is currently what we call a heritage tree, and the second one being a heritage tree, which is defined by this new set of parameters.
So the way that this would be addressed would be through that point system that we mentioned in the presentation. And essentially, if a tree is a heritage tree, it would carry more weight to the decision of whether or not to approve a permit or deny.
And does the point system come from
So
the
within
assessment
that-
form? From the ISA assessment
No, this
form?
would be just based off of the parameters set in the ordinance,
Okay.
and staff would just use it internally to help assess those permit applications.
Go ahead, Tiger.
Within that context, that our new definition of heritage tree would make that subset of trees more difficult to cut down versus this new title protected tree, which is essentially our current heritage tree. Not that it'll make it easy, but there will be a difference in how we approach the two. I favor yes and yes for the first two questions.
And if we could just talk about the 12-inch diameter instead of 14?
Oh, I am in favor of 12-inch.
Mayor, we're just going to go and we're just going to define what the current heritage tree definition is.
Okay.
So,
That way you won't get confused.
so in section 4, chapter 12.02 of the ordinance, under the definitions, heritage tree shall mean and include all trees within the city of Pacifica, exclusive of eucalyptus, which have a trunk with a circumference of 50 inches, approximately 16 inches in diameter or more, measured at 24 inches above the natural grade, or a tree or grove of trees, including eucalyptus, designated by resolution of the council to be of special historical, environmental, or aesthetic value. So that would be the new, that would be a protected tree, is what we're proposing. And then the definition, heritage tree, would be more specifically defined, recognizing trees that are historically significant or culturally significant, even visibly prominent in the community, species such as native toyon, as mentioned by the community members, that are currently not covered by the current definition of heritage tree. Just some examples.
Okay, so we're done with the first two. Did we get enough feedback for the first two questions?
I just want to make sure that Councilmember Vaterlas and O'Neill are okay with 12.
And the Monterey pine is in this definition. So what about that?
Right, I think the question about Monterey pine that we were most worried about was
Hazardous.
and illness or health of the tree, which it sounded like would be defined later under part 2 of the process.
No, I think the difference is, and correct me, staff, if I'm there, if we exempt, like eucalyptus is, I think, agreed to be exempt, right? Any size eucalyptus, the homeowner can just pretty much go in and cut it down with no issues, correct? Now, if we exempt Monterey pine, we put it in the same category as eucalyptus, so you have somebody come in and they have to spend $400 on arborist report to find out all 6 of their Monterey pines are diseased and have to be cut down. If we exempt the Monterey pine, they could just be cut down and the person doesn't have to pay the $2,400.
Yeah, but you're assuming they just look at it and go, oh, that looks diseased.
Yeah, they
And
need
it's
a
also
report.
blocking my solar and my
But
neighbor's
we have
gutters,
but we
and
have
therefore it's
the
diseased.
person that was the city arborist state, and this conference I went is that virtually every Monterey pine has the pine cancer or bug.
Pine pitch canker, is that what it is, Aaron? Pitch canker? No. I'm sorry.
So if they have it and they're dead, you know, I think we can really consider exempting Monterey pine and eucalyptus only.
The qualifier is, and they're dead.
Dead.
Because they
Well,
can
if-
have it and
We're
not
talking about
be
good
dead
trees.
or gonna die from
Right.
it.
Are they more fire prone if they are in a weakened state because of the pine can?
Are you asking
cancer?
staff that
Yeah, I was
question?
asking Aaron, because he was the arborist.
He's not on staff, so
Yeah.
we need to ask this staff, and then if they need to.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Depending on how stressed the tree is, it could make it more fire prone, but again, I think that's an arborist determination. I wouldn't recommend that you allow the general public to make those decisions, but That's just our recommendation.
What do you mean by the general public?
That
Well,
you're
a
not.
tree-
Public hearings that we just had and all
A
that?
tree can appear to be dead to someone, but who maybe doesn't understand the biology of the tree, or
Okay, okay, I understand your definition then. Okay.
I have a slightly different question.
Go ahead.
So I just heard from a certified arborist that I should be concerned after allowing Monterey pines to remain on the heritage list. At least that's the way I understood his comments. So turning then to city staff, I ask you, how concerned should I be about Monterey pines?
he's asking you.
I see Director Peterson coming up here to answer that question because I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. I think that what we're talking about here is if there's, a diseased, dead, or dying tree, of course, we're going to want to take it out. I don't think we want to just blanket and say that all Monterey pines are dead and dying trees. I think that, honestly, our staff is capable of going out and looking at a tree and seeing if it's dead or dying, and then we're not going to make somebody go through a heritage, tree permit to get that tree removed. So hopefully that clarifies.
Okay, then let me ask a clarifying question. Okay, the scenario of someone wants to cut down a tree, okay? So are you saying that they come in, they fill out their application, and then we're going to send a city staff member out to look at it and see if this tree needs an arborist report? Or are we just going to automatically, here's a list of approved arborists, call one of these people? What's the process then?
I think one of the things we're talking about today is should we be requesting arborist reports in certain situations? Should we be requesting them for all heritage tree removals, and should we be requesting them for protected trees that maybe have a pathogen or a pest? So that's the question that we're talking about tonight. Currently, what staff does, it's a bit of a gray area, right? Which is why we're here tonight, to try to get clarification so we can get the ordinance clearer for everybody, including the residents, as we move forward. And what we do is we'll go out there. Obviously, if the trees are dead or dying, we're going to let the person take it out. If there's a question, is that tree healthy? Looks healthy to me. The person is saying it's diseased. We really think that you probably need to get an arborist report, because to us, and we deal with a lot of trees, that tree looks pretty healthy. So it's more that kind of scenario currently.
Professional judgment.
Yes.
Okay, then what I'm looking for is what is the process question. So if I go in and I fill out to get a permit, is the city of Pacifica sending someone out to look at the tree? And if they go out and they look and they see, oh yeah, that tree's dead, no need to have an arborist, or yes, that tree might be you need to get an arborist report. So can the city staff give permission basically for a tree to be torn down if they feel it's dead?
Yes, they do it. Yes.
Okay,
Instead, they let them take it down. Absolutely, because it's a hazard. I mean, it's a hazard for the home that's there. It's a fire hazard. So absolutely, we let them take it down.
Okay, so then that will be part of the process then if we move forward.
Correct. We will still do that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to see people having to spend $400 or $500 on trees, arborist reports on trees that we obviously look dead and are dead, and you know what I mean? That was my
Correct,
concern.
yes. It would be a situation where there was a question. I mean, obviously, if the tree's dead, we're going to let them take it down.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
Sure.
Okay, two down.
Okay, 2 down. Like a lot to go, so let's go through them, please.
A lot to go.
So then we're talking about the trunk diameter, and I think we all agreed on that, right? And the first question is, should the city adopt the industry standard for measuring tree diameter at 54 inches above natural grade? And that's, I think, yes.
Yes.
No.
Tiger?
Yes.
DBH?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then should the diameter for the protected trees be decreased from 16 to 14 to 12?
You're saying 16 to 12?
Oh, yeah, I say 12.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Tiger?
Well,
Sue? Okay. All right, next questions. Should there be a separate permit for trees in construction zones that will not be removed? That will not be removed.
Can you,
Yes, no tree should be removed before there's a building permit.
oh, yes. Yeah.
Tiger?
yeah.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that one? Okay. All right, should developers be required to hire an arborist to prepare a tree protection plan? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, if there's no trees on the property, they don't need to hire an arborist.
There you go.
Right?
Right, because they don't have a tree to protect.
Yeah, but, okay. Well, I just want to be sure, if there's no tree on the property, there's no need to have a tree protection plan.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, last one. Should developers be required to protect trees on adjacent properties? And those were the ones we talked about if it was going to affect the roots. Right?
Yes.
That's how that's defined? Yes.
Or the canopy.
Or the canker? Or the canopy?
Right. The drip line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tiger?
No,
Yep,
a question though on that is, being we have setbacks on property, you know, like 5-foot setbacks and stuff, does that generally cover the root systems of most trees?
No.
But likely not if it's a protected or a heritage tree.
So are we saying that if the roots of the neighbor's tree go underneath this property, they cannot build on that property?
No, we're saying they need to protect it. And we also said they need to create a tree protection plan, right? So maybe that means move it, I don't know. I mean, it's a case by case.
Move what?
Typically, no.
Construction, no, you're not gonna put your back porch here, you'll put it there, or, I mean, it's all about the plan and how it,
The tree protection plan?
yeah. Like what can be done.
Well, if you have a tree that has 50 feet in diameter roots, and you're on a 50 by 100 lot, that means that
can't
they've
build.
just taken your property, and you can't build at all.
But
Can you build on tree roots?
Typically, what will be considered would be like the use of the property, like reasonable use of the property would typically be considered in those conditions. Tree protection doesn't mean not doing anything around those trees. It just means that if you're not constructing or removing that tree as part of the process, that you need to avoid stacking material and compacting the soil. You need to avoid spilling chemicals within the tree line. You need to avoid parking under that tree, also for compaction. It may mean that if you've cut off the irrigation to the property during construction, that you need to apply water. So it's basically just protecting a tree that was determined by that project to be a tree that needs to be protected.
Okay, now, let's say the neighbor doesn't want whatever's being built next door. Can there be a tree protection plan developed if the neighbor says, don't come on my property? Do you follow what I mean?
Because you're only protecting the part that extends on the property that's being developed. You're not protecting the entire tree. You're just protecting whatever part of that tree is on the property that's being developed. And the tree would be considered the same as any other protected tree if it were on the property.
Okay, so if the neighbor does not want whatever's being built, they can't prohibit the builder to develop a tree protection plan for that, the tree on the other guy's property, right?
I mean, some of that's up to the discretion of your planning department, but in our opinion, that is not the case.
Okay.
Okay. So should a developer be required to protect trees on adjacent properties?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Let's go to the next questions. Should a point system be developed to provide guidance to staff on requested tree removals of protected and heritage trees?
Yes.
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 Yes. Should there be a separate permit for pruning protected and heritage trees? Yes.
Yes.
25%. There should be a percentage, because if I want to trim one branch,
Right.
then I should be allowed to trim a branch.
It said 25% in
Yeah.
the report.
That was not our recommendation. That's
More than
the
25,
Tree
yeah.
City Pacifica's recommendation.
Okay.
We recommend that there be a permit regardless of how much they want to prune, because 25% could actually be really extensive on a heritage tree or a protected tree. They're typically older and mature. They don't react as well to more pruning. So 25% would be the maximum that we usually recommend for any tree, and an older tree, the threshold would likely be lower. So we recommend that a permit be required to prune a heritage or a protected tree, so that it gives staff an opportunity to provide some guidance about what you should and shouldn't do.
So you're saying even one limb?
It depends on the size of the limb, for sure. The alternative would be to have some guidance on site, on your website, that said, here, you know, you can do these things, but if you want to do these things, you need a permit. But we don't recommend just a flat 25% threshold. That could be excessive.
Okay.
Do you want to lower the 25 to maybe like 15 or something?
Well, I don't want to get a permit for every time I trim my tree. I mean,
You're saying you don't?
I don't.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
So,
I think every time you trim the tree is excessive, but if you're saying 25% is too much, maybe we lower the percentage to, I'm just throwing out 15.
15%?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they'd be happy, because they suggested the 25.
They did.
So
I-
if we lower it to 15,
No, I
Okay, yes.
think you have to
Thumbs
be
up
kind
are
of
good.
reasonable, you know what I mean? I mean, if the tree's dangling and gonna go through your window, you wanna go cut it off before it breaks the window, you know, or hits your power line or knocks your cable out or something.
Tiger?
Well, does staff have a recommendation of what thresholds would be reasonable for the sake of the tree?
The Tree City people say 25%. The arborist lady says 0%. You get a permit for cutting everything off a tree.
or,
Or alternatively, providing some guidance on the website that tells people what to prune and what not to prune.
Ah, that would be helpful.
Well, we could have 15%.
the guidance would be good.
Yeah.
15% plus the guidance. I mean,
I like guidance. I'm not sure what it means to do 15%. Like, I don't know if 15% is still harmful to a heritage tree.
Can be.
It can be, yes. If you prune a large branch off and it's only 15% of the tree, it could cause the tree to become a risk, or it could kill the tree, even 15%, if you're removing a large limb. So that's why we would suggest some guidance on there.
I like that idea of making information available and then having a process whereby if someone decides to take it upon themselves and they're wrong, they get fined accordingly, and they should have looked at the information available. And so, yeah, you need a permit unless you really know what you're doing.
Okay.
So we have discussion.
Yeah, discussion.
Right. So I'm hearing permit. I'm hearing no
Yes.
permit.
He's saying permit for everything. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tiger's saying put it on the website, permit for everything.
Right.
Sue is saying she doesn't want to get a permit every time she cuts, but she seemed to be happy with 15. Okay, I was suggesting 15 and the information on the website. So don't know what you two
So
want.
15 and guidance is what you're saying, Mike?
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine with me, because they said 25, so we're okay with 15.
Okay.
Okay. Should an arborist report be required to remove trees based on poor health, pest pathogen, and/or when a tree is a heritage tree? Yes.
Well, Lisa just said that I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
that if they go out and say that the tree is bad, then why would you have to get an arborist report?
But how do they know?
Because
Oh, you mean if our
the
staff does?
Staff.
Right.
So an arborist report or a report from city staff.
I mean, in the perfect world, we would have an arborist.
We would.
Right. Doing that work. Therefore, there would be an arborist report. But anyway, go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, thank you. I could clarify. So ultimately, you can go out and see that maybe, the tree has something wrong with it. There may be a pest or something else happening, but it doesn't mean necessarily the tree's going to die. So I think the goal with this recommendation is if you go out there, you take a look at the tree and you say, okay, I don't know. In my professional opinion, I don't know if, this is going to be a problem or not, and then you're going to ask for an arborist report. Does that make sense?
So how do we change this bullet point to say what Lisa just said?
Well, I think generally it's understood that if we're going out and we're taking a look at a tree and we see the tree is dead, we're going to just say that you can take it out. But if we are, unclear if that tree might have some beetles crawling on it, it doesn't mean it's going to die. So at that point, but we could get an arborist, a professional who comes out there and looks at it and makes a different assessment based on those beetles he sees crawling on the tree. So that's at the point we would ask to get an arborist report.
I think what's confusing this bullet point, the way it's written, at least for me, is that you're combining basically two things. Should an arborist report be required to remove a tree based on poor health, pest, pathogen? That might have a different answer than, should a arborist report be required to remove a tree when it is a heritage tree? Right? And it's those three things are in one bullet point. I think that's what's tripping us up.
Yeah.
I think the intent there is that if you want to remove a tree for construction and you're making a case of reasonable use on the property, that it really doesn't matter about the health of the tree. But if you're trying to say that the tree isn't healthy and that's why you want to remove it, that it requires a professional opinion. That's the intent of those three distinctions.
And so to your point about, should you have to pay $400 or $500 for an arborist report? That's different from a professional opinion. An arborist report is a specific thing with a
Right.
specific cost.
And I'm okay if city staff goes out there and says, yeah, this tree's dead, there's no point in getting an arborist report. I'm okay with that. Okay, as a process.
This bullet point doesn't say that. That's why. So if we say yes or no to this bullet point, the way this is written, we would say, yes, you need an arborist report.
If it's a heritage.
I disagree with that.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying. So
Yeah,
how do we fix it?
Staff recommendation or an arborist report. Depending on the staff recommendation.
Should a staff recommendation or arborist report be required? That's what you're saying, Sue?
Mm-hmm.
So there are cases, typically if staff goes out there and they see that the tree's dead, they're going to say, take it out. So we want to have some backing to say, hey, you know, that tree has pest or pathogen, so we want you to get an arborist report. So I think the way that the verbiage is in there works. I think if people feel like they have a dead tree, and actually it's something that we can add in, right? We can add in that, you know, if you think you have a dead or dying tree, that's something that would be assessed by staff. Otherwise, if you have pest or pathogen in a protected tree, you should get an arborist report. If it is a heritage tree, you have to get an arborist report because it's a heritage tree.
And I would add that this is not a yes or no answer to these bullet points. Just a majority of you deliberating on this and give us your feedback will help us in drafting an ordinance, or, you know, whenever I know we're running out of time, so we may not even finish all of these. We probably won't. But there's no need to actually agree with each bullet point. Just give us your thoughts on each bullet point, and then we can, you know, surmise from that.
Michelle?
Okay, so do you feel like you have what you need on this one? And what our concerns were about dead and dying? Okay.
Okay, next, should protections for groves of trees greater than 6 inches in diameter be added to Chapter 12? Yes.
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 Yes, and that should actually, well, it may not, it should include eucalyptus, because we had issues in the past where people clear-cut eucalyptus, just whole hillsides of eucalyptus, and that was a problem. So,
Well, that's what prompted the heritage tree ordinance.
well,
But I think there you get
no,
it.
they used to just exempt all of the eucalyptus trees, regardless of how many you cut down.
Right, but they're also.
There was a heritage tree ordinance before.
They're also highly flammable.
Flammable,
So.
right.
Are you saying you don't want to exempt
Well-
eucalyptus?
Well, because if you're going to have the groves, you still have to have some protection against clear cutting. If you eliminate eucalyptus from that, then someone can just take down all the eucalyptus they want. And with no regard to what the wind patterns and the soil patterns and all of those issues that occurred when that happened.
Maybe when you bring it back, we can discuss the
Okay,
eucalyptus part of that. Yeah.
Okay.
And I know we haven't talked about any of the ratio replacements.
It is 7 PM.
Oh,
It is 7 PM.
Wow, that went quick.
okay.
I feel like
So
there was
do we draw the line here and
There was a
go-
few different things we didn't get to talk about, but we could talk about them next time.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much for everything. Appreciate your time. I think we need.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to clarify, since we didn't get through all the questions, is it the council's preference that we continue the study session at a future date to be determined? Or work on developing partial ordinance to bring back and finish the other questions? Seeking direction on next step.
I like what you just said about the partial ordinance, and then we can continue the conversation.
And then just ask the questions that we didn't answer at that time.
Okay.
Because we've finished most of them.
Right. It seems like the one we didn't get to is about penalties, fees, in
Ratios.
lieu, ratios. Those are big topics.
Yeah.
They are big topics.
Yeah.
And what I would say, I still think that we can draft a partial ordinance. I would ask for the council, simple question, does the council want staff to look into penalties, remedies, in addition to the $1,000 fine? Because if the answer is yes, then we can come back with some options for that, for the council. So it's just a simple,
Yes.
My answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
okay, great.
Higher.
So now I think we're done.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We're just going to take a 3-minute break before we start our regular meeting.
Okey dokey. Sorry.
Oh, no, you guys all sounded like you were very engaged. North of Tahoe. No, we're very, I mean, we love working with the community because obviously it's very important and we want to dial in the ordinance that you. Absolutely. She doesn't have to. She could, you know.
Plus what you were probably wondering if you're gonna have a ride home.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular meeting of the Pacifica City Council. We are opening the meeting at 7:06, May 23rd, 2022. We have a roll call.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Here.
I'd like to note that Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick is on participating by telephone. We'll be doing a roll call vote for all votes tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their land-enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and the relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. We're going to have a salute to the flag led by Councilmember O'Neill. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
We do, Your Honor. Your Honor, sorry. My apologies, my apologies. Yes. During the closed session, the council did determine that it was going to initiate litigation. The specifics and details of the specific litigation and the time of filing will be made known to the public upon more particulars and after the filing of the litigation.
Thank you.
And the vote on the initiation, the vote on the initiation was 5-0, unanimous vote by the council.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. Okay, we have a special presentation tonight. Tonight we have Deputy Fire Chief Chung Pommick. Can you tell me how to say your last name?
Pamikpik.
Mickpick. Thank you. That's so much better when I know how to say it correctly, isn't it?
Took me a long time to learn it too.
I'm going to go ahead and read your proclamation. Proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Wildfire Awareness Month 2022. Whereas last year, California experienced 8,835 wildfires, burning 2.5 million acres in the state. Wow. Whereas 3,629 structures were damaged or destroyed by wildfires last year in California. And whereas each year, more people move into wildland-urban interface areas, increasing the need to raise awareness to our citizens and how they can protect their property from wildfire losses. Whereas Zone Haven has been adopted as a countywide tool to assist with informed evacuations during wildfires, and we encourage know your zone before an emergency arises. And whereas the North County Fire Authority encourages fire-safe behavior by all who live, work, and recreate throughout the City of Pacifica. And whereas each of us can do our part to prepare for wildfire emergencies by taking steps to make effective changes to our homes and landscapes to reduce the risk of wildfires. And whereas if we work together collaboratively and with awareness, we can remain strong and resilient. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Beer, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Wildfire Awareness Month and encourage all Pacifica residents to increase their knowledge and awareness of proper safety measures to protect themselves from devastating effects of wildfires. Done this 23rd day of May 2022.
Madam Mayor and council members, good evening. My name is Deputy Chief Chuck Pamikpik. Wildfire season is now year-round, and while wildfires continue to pose a threat to homes and communities throughout California, there is an elevated need for wildfire prevention and preparedness at both the community and individual homeowners level. Taking steps to become prepared for any wildfire event starts with pre-fire activities to improve the survivability of the property and lives of our citizens. Your fire department has engaged in vegetation reduction chipper programs, collaborated with your police department in identifying evacuation routes in cases of emergencies, as well as other wildfire preventive activities. Also, the City of Pacifica is part of the Zone Haven Emergency Evacuation web-based portal. On June 11th of this year, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., There will be a City of Pacifica Community Wildfire Preparedness event in the Pacifica Community Center parking lot. In attendance will be the North County Fire Authority, the Pacifica Police Department, Fire Safe San Mateo County, and California Department of Insurance. Topics of the discussion will include defensible space, ready, set, go evacuation plans, zone haven evacuation zones, and we encourage people to join SMC Alert. On behalf of the North County Fire Authority, I thank you for this recognition of Wildfire Awareness Month with this proclamation.
We thank you, actually. So I know Council's going to want to have some comments before we take a photo. Who would like to go first?
It's funny that we're, not funny, but that we're talking about wildfire awareness when we were just talking about trees. So they do go hand in hand. And it's important for everybody on all sides. And I harp on the San Mateo County Alert all the time, so I'm glad you did it, not me.
I also wanted to just take and acknowledge our fire department, because I don't know if the citizens know, but every time there's kind of a mutual aid pact or call for a wildfire, Pacifica, because if you see the green engine, we get that green engine because we promise to respond to those. And we typically have at least one crew of probably 4, 5 people. Four people at one of those fires, and they are on the line, just like the CAL FIRE people and people from San Bruno or San Mateo, wherever, all under mutual aid. So, and we actually sometimes have to send a second shift up there to relieve the first. And all these costs are reimbursed by the state, but I just want to let you know that, I know we've had people up in Redding all the way down to San Diego area fighting fires. I don't know if we've ever gone out of state, but.
We have gone out of state to Washington, Colorado, all the way to the Mexican border. So
Okay. So the Pacifica Fire it goes international here, and stuff. So it's just truly to thank them. And yet they still maintain our firehouses here, fully staffed and operational, and the mutual aid kicks in from the county to cover everybody. And I know that fire we had in Rockaway on that hill, at the same time the gas explosion in San Bruno, the one at the pizza parlor, not the big one, we actually had firefighters from Menlo Park fighting here in Pacifica. So anyhow, I just wanted to commend them all for their diligence in going international and many states to fight fires.
Thank you.
And I just want to highlight the breadth of training that you have and the commitment that you have to that, and how you serve alongside our pre-hospital ambulance folks, but you're often the first ones to get there. And it certainly was the case in my house when my mom collapsed. And the courtesy that you all show, but also the professionalism, to see my hallway suddenly turn into an kind of ER with machines and EKGs and all of this happening so quickly, and it was so smoothly. It really made me feel so good knowing every single person you're serving in Pacifica is getting that. And thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll echo what my fellow council members have said. I don't think there's anything else I can add. Y'all are heroes doing that heroic job, whether it's running into fire willingly or stopping by up to and including my own house to check on my roommate's well-being when she's not sure about her health. So I get to see you around town, whether I'm walking or just at the store, and heaven forbid we have an emergency from time to time. And I could blather on about how deeply grateful I am that you all are in our community, but I will leave it there for now. So thank you. And I'm looking forward to attending the event on June 11th between 10 and 1 at the community center. I look forward to becoming even more educated than I hopefully already am. Thank you.
I will also be there on the 11th, for sure. I just really wanted to say that I've had the opportunity to get to know some of your firefighters and to see the family that they are. I think that's really important for our community to understand how much your firefighters care for one another and how they, you know, build each other up and keep each other healthy. And, you know, the job that you do is so extremely important. And so to see them treat each other with that much love and respect was very inspirational for me. So you're doing good.
Thank you. I've been firefighter for 38 years and loved every minute of it, so thank you. Sure.
Your guys back there, they can come up too. Yeah, I think you should.
Okay. Michael, did you bring your mask?
Do you for a mask? No picture for you, huh? Okay.
From Halloween stuff.
Moving right along to the consent calendar.
I would like to pull item 6 off the consent calendar so that we can have a deeper explanation since we got so many emails about it.
And I would also like to pull consent item number 3 so that we can have a conversation about that as well. Anybody else?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. Persons wishing to address the council on any consent. Were you going to say something, Sue?
Sorry, I thought we had to pass the other ones and then talk about.
Oh, go ahead.
We have to have a public hearing first.
Okay.
Okay, good. Persons wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item may do so at this time. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Those wishing to address the council on any item listed on the agenda should submit a speaker card to the city clerk. I have one card.
Mayor Beer,
Yes.
just to clarify that comments on items 3 and 6 would come when the council considers
Later.
those.
Oh, okay.
So if the mayor could list the items that are on consent that people should be coming to the podium to discuss, that would help them to decide if they should come now or later.
Thank you so much. So any items 1, 2, 4, 5 are available for comment at this time. Oh, and 7, sorry. Are available for comment at this time. Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
We have a few callers on the phone, but no hands raised, so if we want to give them a moment to press *5, if anyone would like to raise their hands, they may do so at this time.
Would be great, thank you.
Can we let them talk about 3 and 6 if
While
they
we're
want?
waiting.
If they want to. I mean, it's such a hassle for them to.
No, that's what Michelle said, it has to be when we consider.
I know, but it's such a hassle and difficult for them to get through.
Are there any hands raised? Okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
I move to accept the consent calendar minus items 3 and 6.
Second. Oh, we have to do roll call. Roll
Yeah,
call.
roll call, sorry.
And for the consent calendar, minus items number 3 and 6, we'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
so we'll start with number 3. So I really wanted to pull this item so that we can talk about some concerns that we've had in the community about the resurge of COVID and public meetings. And so I think we need to address that and talk about that tonight. And it relates to item number 3. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, if I could
Thank you.
clarify. So, you know, the city, after 2 years, continues to have to act nimbly with COVID and with the recent surge and anticipation of perhaps a council member needing to call into a meeting tonight, et cetera. We put the AB 361 certification back on the consent agenda. We hadn't had that on the agenda because we've been meeting in person. So in just a quick summary nutshell, this allows the flexibility to, based on health concerns, return to fully virtual meetings. And with the increasing, exposure risk that's happening now and some pretty significant council items coming up over June and potentially into July, one of the questions for the council is a discussion and determination about whether we should return to fully virtual Zoom meetings for a certain time period to ensure that anyone, that all council members or commission members can be participating and the public as well.
Thank you. Discussion?
So I just want to clarify, are we...
Clarifying questions, that's what I meant.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Are we voting on this item to revert to virtual
No, Claire, yeah, you need to turn down.
I'm hearing some feedback or something.
There's 2 issues that the manager has raised in item 3 for you tonight. The first issue is just the adoption of the AB 361 resolution.
Got it.
The other issue is that if you choose to adopt that AB 361 resolution, is the council interested in moving to all virtual for a limited period of time, given the latest COVID outbreaks?
I see.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
And then I assume what we decide will carry over to commissions and committees also?
Yeah, I think that's what we would look to do. The most immediate coming, I'm not exactly sure about all the commission and committees meetings, but the most immediate pressing commission meetings, planning commission meeting for the Plan Pacifica documents on next, a week from this Wednesday on June 1st. And so we could pivot to redo the notification required for that to meet the legal standards for it and hold that meeting virtually.
And one more question, sorry. For the city attorney, would we need to set a time certain, like say through the end of July or some specific date?
It really, there's no need. There's just, obviously there's a need to decide for the planning commission meeting and for the next council meeting, but you can then decide after every council meeting if you'd like. We could have this, resolution on the agenda, which we will have, if the council decides that it does want to go back to virtual, even for a limited period of time. I will say anecdotally that a number of my cities have gone to all virtual for June only, but it's really, you can do it for 2 weeks, you can do it for 4 weeks or 5 weeks or whatever period of time you want.
And I would just add to that as a reminder that typically the council does vote, which would probably be up on the coming next agenda, about not holding the second meeting in July for a summer vacation break. So if that were the case and the council were to consider, setting a date, you could go through the first meeting of July and then we wouldn't be back in person until the first meeting in August if we were breaking in July.
I would, do we have to have public comment
Yeah.
on this?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I do public comment.
Tiger, do you have any questions?
No, I did not have any questions.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment for this item, which is item number 3. If you'd like to call in, 650-898-6965. The conference ID number is 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. Do we have any hands raised?
We have 2 hands raised at this time, Mayor Beer.
Wonderful, thank you.
Would you like to start with call-in comment?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll begin with our first caller with the last 4 digits ending in 4614. 4614, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
In the meantime, if anyone would like to speak on this item, you can fill out a yellow card and bring it up to us. As it is now, we have none.
4614, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. (4614), if you want to try again, unmuting yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Jim Kramer. I entered star 6 repeatedly, the timing, I guess. Anyway, I did have comments about consent item 3. I was going to strongly encourage you to go ahead and give that, not only open that option, but I would urge you to begin to use it as soon as you can. I won't say any more about it now, that I have more to say and was going to incorporate that in my other comments now, but I won't mention this again. It sounds like this is where you were headed anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Next caller is the last 4 digits ending in 9182. 9182, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hello.
9182, you accidentally muted yourself. Please press star 6 again to unmute.
Good evening again, Council. This is Christine Bowles, and I'm really having trouble with the star 6 too.
You're doing
like
fine.
Jim was.
You're fine.
Thank you. And thank you, Mary, for your leadership and bringing this up tonight. I think it's really important, especially as we're going to have some large group meetings coming up. I'm actually home tonight because of a COVID exposure myself, and I know a lot of older people in our community that are more vulnerable are very, very concerned. And just to add one thing, I've heard older people complain about that who have some hearing issues, is that the Bluetooth on these calls, because their hearing aids are connected to Bluetooth, they're really having trouble connecting because they actually can't hear what's going on the phone. So when we move back, that might be something the city technical staff can have a look at to make the meetings more accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Our next caller is the last 4 digits ending in 9309. 9309, please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
I'm gratified that the council has taken this up. It was a concern. I'm among those who...
Name.
Aye.
Josh, can you ask for a name?
Aye, sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Clifford Lawrence.
Thank you.
I'm gratified that the council has put this on and considered it. I am among those who is more vulnerable in being isolated in my second nuclear winter here. I thank you for this consideration. It will also, I believe, afford more opportunity, more access as we get into these very important and critical meetings coming up that will have a long effect on our community. So I applaud this. I would even suggest you make it open-ended because you don't know how things are going to change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. We have another hand that just raised.
Okay.
The last four digits ending in 9889. 9889, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. (9889), please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Summer Lee. Thank you for taking this up. I couldn't hear some of what you guys were deliberating on, but I wanted just to be a voice to really encourage the telemeeting. And I have to say, there's something really funky going on when you try to mute in and raise your hand, and that's why there's such a delay. And that's when my point is that actually this isn't super perfect and might be really inaccessible to people. And the Zoom, I thought, was actually working much better than this phone thing. And I know that the city manager made a comment that there was a cost prohibitive thing to continue a Zoom hybrid option. And I would like that to be reconsidered in light of the surge, because this phone thing, and I'm on the slightly younger side and still struggling with this pound 5, pound 6 thing. It actually is staggered, and that's it's not working great. So it might be discouraging public engagement, which is, I think, not great for the city. So thanks.
Thank you, Summer.
Thank you, Summer. Mayor Beer, I have no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion, deliberation.
I would say that I have no problem in person or this, but given the fact that with the general plan meetings that are coming up, I can't really think of any venue in Pacifica that would have some social distancing on it, that if we want to go virtual, I have no problem with that, but I'll go with the majority of council.
I agree. I'm willing to go virtual. I think to your question about committees and commissions, whatever decision we make should apply to all equally.
Sue?
I like the fact that we went back to in-person.
Mm-hmm.
I like to see everybody's face, but I understand, because we did get a letter today from someone who is worried about trying to call in, and there are people who have issues calling in, and I see the big issues coming up that we may need to do virtual meetings.
Yeah.
Tiger?
Yeah, so before going into my proper deliberation comments, one thing I've noticed about the call-in, now that I get to experience it, is that when you unmute, then you wait like 6-10 seconds, somewhere in that range, before you hear the voice saying, now you're unmuted. And it feels like, since none of us except for maybe Councilmember Beckmeyer has had this experience, that's been information missing from trying to use this system, is just informing the public. After you press the button, you're going to be waiting another 10 seconds before you're actually able to, and why we don't necessarily know what's going on either. So that all having been said, now that I'm using this system, because I was going to save the surprise for council communications, but I was exposed, I have shown symptoms. I'm actually on the backside of it, feeling pretty darn good and ready to get back to life in like 3 days or so. But since I'm here because I don't want to expose others to the disease that currently is still residing in me, I am here as the poster child for why, yes, we should go back to virtual until this surge stops, certainly at least through our general plan process. End of July sounds charming.
Thank you, Tiger. Do we have a motion?
Motion to move all planning commission committees and council meetings to virtual effect until August 1st.
Actually, I think the motion would be approve item 3 with direction to the council to move all meetings to virtual until first meeting in August.
Okay, what the city attorney said.
I second.
For item number 3, as amended and moved by Councilmember O'Neill, starting the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to item number 6, which is adoption of ordinance of the City Council of Pacifica amending Chapter 6 sewer charges and Chapter 7 sewer connection charges.
I pulled that off the consent calendar because we've gotten many emails about it, and I wanted the city attorney to clarify exactly why it is on the agenda for us to vote on. And so I just wanted a clarification, so maybe, the public would know why, a deeper explanation.
Yes, there are several reasons why we want to remove Article 10. Number one, Article 10 requires that these rates be updated by ordinance, but the best practice is actually to update them by resolution, so we wanted to fix that. And we're also removing it because it references health and safety code, but the rates are not required to be adopted pursuant to the health and safety code. And we will still, even with the removal of Article 10, we will still be following all Prop 218 notices, which is actually more notice. We have to give notice, as you're all aware, 45 days prior to the hearing where the rates will be adopted. It goes out to all owners. If there's a majority protest, it will come back. Or, the council has to determine if there is a majority protest. But essentially, by removing Article 10, the council is not removing notice requirements under Prop 218. Anytime there's an increase done, there will still be notice prior to the hearing, protests allowed at the hearing, and then a council determination.
Councilmember O'Neill, if your question was also generally, why is this adoption of an ordinance on the consent calendar, or were you specifically asking about the Article 10 piece? Because the ordinance was introduced on the May 9th meeting, so typically, like the growth management ordinance, it's item 7 on the consent. This is the formality of adoption.
Right, but we received many emails about that. And I just wanted to have clarification for the public that basically we're bringing our ordinance, which was kind of outdated, in conformance with the state constitution, and we always applied Proposition 218, but we are clarifying our ordinance to match Proposition 218, which we always did in practice. So actually, we are not removing public review, public noticing, or any of those issues. We're just clarifying this to bring it in line with the state constitution and state law and amending our ordinances. So that's why I asked to have it off, so we could have a deeper explanation.
Going to go to public comment. I think from here on out, just because we have so many things on the agenda, if we could limit public comment to 2 minutes for everything tonight. Yeah. Is that agreeable, Tiger?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll open public comment for this. I do have one card here, so we'll start with that. Vicki Sundstrom.
I'm Vicki Sundstrom, specifically towards this issue and repealing the Chapter 6, Article 10, the section that stipulates Pacifica's process, notification and hearing process, and the sewer rate increase. This appears to be in addition to what is required of the state. My understanding of the notification required by the state under Prop 218 is every 5 years. 2 weeks ago, we sat in this room and we talked about how the capital projects are looked at every year and the sewer rate reviewed with every increase. So we would look at it every year. We sat here and talked about this quite a bit 2 weeks ago. So are we now repealing the very regulation that allowed for that annual discussion? Because it sure seems like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
Madam Mayor, if you like, I can clarify that. That was a very good question, and thank you for asking that question, because Prop 218 does not require it every 5 years. It requires any time there is any increase to the rates. So we will be bringing it back anytime there is a rate increase. We will follow all the Prop 218 requirements. That is a state constitutional requirement.
Thank you. Is anyone on the phone?
Yes, Mayor Beer, I have 3 hands raised at this time. We'll begin with the caller ending in 7310. 7310, please press *5 to mute yourself, and please state your name. I'm sorry, please press *6 to mute yourself and state your name for the record.
And make note that there will be a delay.
Hello, Suzanne Moore from the Manor, and I'm not sure if I understood everything that City Council had said, but thank you for pulling number 6 for further discussion. The public expressed concern about the sewer charges, and Ordinance 4991 inspires some more concern. In a time of economic downturn, it is fair to question, as written in your proposal, quote, revisiting sewer rates from time to time, end quote, as Vicki Sundstrom expressed. And if that's truly in the best public interest to not have it annually. And in a time when Pacificans are financially vulnerable, it is fair to question if sewer charges, quote, payable before the time of application for such new and increased services is reasonable. COVID's economic downturn has disproportionately impacted Pacifica's poorest, and I suspect that some in our community may not financially recover for a few years. The sewer charge increase may not seem like much, but I think it's meaningful to some of our neighbors, and so I think all Pacificans deserve greater clarification. Sewer rates that should be revisited regularly as they are increased, as council has suggested, and sewer charges that are payable when service actions are fully approved and permits are pending. I'm concerned that Ordinance 4991 could be a blank check with little public control and could put undue financial stress on some Pacificans, and I'm hoping you can reduce my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next caller is last 4 digits ending in 9309. 9309, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. 930.
Hello, this is Cliff Lawrence. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Yes. Good. I confess this is an area I don't understand. But I have to ask the question, and hopefully someday I'll get an answer. Why are we trying to fund future capital improvements with a fee, calling it a fee so it wouldn't be a tax, when typically this is done in other locations with bonds for future capital improvements? And then we, you know, if you need, that requires a vote, you do it that way. It doesn't feel appropriate, and I question employing the fee increase in a way that for capital improvements, and just hoping for an explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Our next caller is the last 4 digits ending in 9182. 9182, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Good evening again, Council. This is Christine Bowles. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about this item again because I wasn't able to finish my comments at the last meeting. We talked a lot about the Sharp Park sewage pump station and, you know, the options for moving or protecting it, but I want to say that it's not just that one pump station that's in danger here. The sewer collection system master plan document released late last year actually identifies 4 out of the 5 total pump stations as being vulnerable, including Brighton, Rockaway, and Lindemar. Besides sea level rise, these pump stations are also at risk of wave runup and flooding. We're already well aware of the repeated flooding issues in Lindemar. So there's nothing that addresses any of these pump stations in this 10-year plan. And my question is, when do we get to start talking about holistic approaches to all of Pacifica's needs for climate change adaptation so that we can plan ahead for these expensive projects and prioritize the ones that need to be addressed first? And I'm just really surprised that there's no discussion of these important topics in the general plan drafts that we've seen so far. At a bare minimum, we should be identifying land where this critical infrastructure can be moved before we allow new development to be built on land that is critical to our very survival as a city. You know, without sewers, we're not going to survive really. And also, you know, unlike our city that's with our looming budget and structural deficit, the state is actually currently swimming in money. And I recently read an article that they actually need to disperse these funds because they can't legally keep them. And so if we can start with an honest acknowledgement of our increased climate change issues like fire, landslides, and sea level rise, we could apply for more resiliency grants to actually address these issues with long-term solutions.
Thank you, Christine. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Our next caller is the last four digits ending in 4614. 4614, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. 4614. Caller 4614, you may press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, good. I think you can hear me. This is Jim Kramer again. Yes, hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Got it. This is a really quick comment that I wasn't going to say anything about this, but in listening to the other comments, it strikes me that fees are pretty much made and never removed, whereas a bond or a grant would be something that would do the specific fiscal, would provide finances for the capital improvement and then would be finished. I guess I'm seconding Cliff's idea that there are other ways to fund it besides the fee, because the fee just keeps on paying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Mayor Beer, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we close public comment and bring it back to council for consideration.
I move that we approve item number 6 from the consent calendar.
Second.
Item number 6.
Before voting, is there discussion?
Go ahead, Tiger.
I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions. One is that, are there still annual reviews?
Are there still annual reviews? That's Tiger's question.
Yeah, so each year, we come before council during the budget development process, and the council approves the projects for that next fiscal year, and for the wastewater rates, if there's no intention to have it exceed 3.5% increase for that next year, then there's not a Prop 218 notification process that's necessary, but that's reviewed. And in any given year, the council could consider and approve a lower rate than the adopted 3.5 for 5 years under the Prop 218 process.
Okay, so it's a part of the budget process. We get to review all of this again every year. I can't see your head now, Kevin.
Right. So we
Okay,
just to be very, very clear, we would come forth with the capital program, and we would say, here's the recommended wastewater capital program for the next 5 years, including focusing on the fiscal year, if this were next year, right, focusing on fiscal year 23-24, and the rates that have been approved at 3.5% are sufficient to fund this program and the debt service that we had used to finance the capital projects.
Okay. Thank you very much. The only other question I had, just clarification of why we fund our wastewater system through fees rather than bonds, please.
So that was an excellent question that Mr. Lawrence asked, and let me take a stab at clarifying how this financing mechanism works, and Ms. Carter can add if necessary. But when you bond, when you debt finance, whether it's a bond, there needs to be a revenue stream that secures that. And in the case of wastewater capital projects, the revenue stream would be the ongoing wastewater rates that we have, and that's the security for the lender for the financing that we would go out, the capitalization that we would go out to get, to borrow, the 20 million, I forget the exact number, that's necessary to start to do these capital projects. That debt service is paid back by the ratepayers via the rates. Hope that helps.
Very much. Thank you very much. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, the motion was by Councilmember O'Neill with a second by Councilmember Vaterlas. And I'll start the roll call vote for item number 6. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And item number 6 passes unanimously.
Before we move on to oral communications, could I request that, because we have the chamber folks here and the bid folks here, can I request that we move their item to the beginning of consideration? Does anybody have a problem with that?
I have no problem with that.
It's fine with me.
Fine.
Okay.
So do we want to take a vote and to move the item? To where do you want to move it?
I'd like to move item 10 before item 8, at the very beginning. So, yeah, that's my motion.
Is that a motion? And then we
My
need a
motion.
second?
I move that we move item 10 to the beginning of consideration.
Second.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill. Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that motion to adjust the agenda order passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized. And we'll have 2 minutes tonight. And if you could just, be kind with each other, that would be great. I have one card so far. Pete.
Hello there, Pete Shoemaker, Valamar. I'm talking about the certification of the release of the public comments on the EIR and the certification coming up of that document. When it was released at the back time, we all know what happened. It was a mess. I had part of it. We all had part of it. We don't want to repeat that again. What happened was when it was first released, it was dropped before Christmas. We had a complaint about it. It looked like there was the holidays were going to interfere. There was a minimum amount of time. The document was not easy to read, so we pushed and pushed for more time. It got very acrimonious, and you all told us about how awful you felt. Let's learn from that and not do it again. What's happening now is that the comments are coming out. There's going to be, I don't know what they're going to look like, but it's a lot of comments with a lot of redlined stuff. It's being proposed to drop on Wednesday, if my information is correct. That's right before another holiday. That raises suspicions, whether it's intended or not, it raises suspicions. And it's also, I think the City Council session was planned on June 18th, if my information is correct. That's right before Father's Day. Not the biggest holiday, but if you think ahead to try to get more engagement, please, we need to be reasonable and respectful of one another. I take my responsibility to do that in my tone. But please, when you're addressing the people, almost all of whom have been the same old people that you say it's just a small group of people, this is the public engagement that you have. Virtually every voice that I've heard today has been on the group of people that I've been working with. We've been doing this for 30, 40 years. Please do not dismiss us and talk to us dismissively like the same old people, like we're just a bunch of nuts who just want to complain. And then we will return that favor and treat you with respect. And if you're reasonable with us about the ability to digest this big document, see if our comments, which we spent hours crafting, me personally probably 40 hours, if we can see a reasonable amount of time to assess a document and see if it's, and talk about it, things will be fine. If you push back and give us a short amount of time, please don't let's go through that again. I don't want it, you don't want it. Let's be reasonable and respectful and talk to each other like two neighbors, and we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on the phone tonight, Josh?
Yes, Mayor Beer, we have a few callers. We have at least 10 callers, so I just want to remind folks, if you're here to call in for oral communications, to please press *5 to raise your hand. And at this time, we have 5 hands raised.
Okay, 2 minutes. Remind them.
We'll begin with the caller ending in the last 4 digits, 7310. 7310. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. 7310.
Good evening again, Suzanne Moore. The County of San Mateo has released some preliminary numbers from the county's one-day homeless count. The county's unhoused has increased 21%, and although those residing in motorhomes appeared to have decreased, the number of homeless living in cars has increased. The CEO of Life Moves made it clear that COVID is the driver of increased homelessness. I recall how a few pre-COVID years back, then members of this council suggested that homelessness could never be fixed. Since that council meeting, our state has mandated that we plan for interim and permanent housing for those disproportionately impacted by our housing crisis. Federal and state monies came to our county, and now our county proposes functional zero homelessness this year. We have solutions. Pacifica does something about necessary components to end homelessness: land, money, and community will. It was difficult, but we identified 13 parking spots in our community that are acceptable for safe parking. Money for the pilot is being supplied by our county, yet our community will is, shall we say, a bit shaky. This is not uncommon. In fact, Drew Corbett of the City of San Mateo, Bob Nisbets of Half Moon Bay, and Gagan Sandhu from Menlo Park all have described public concerns which were allayed by the success of programs in their communities. Our housing crisis was decades in the making, and many communities like Pacifica failed to create much-needed low-income housing. Our failure has cost us dearly in true suffering in our community and in lives lost. It's time to make amends. Safe temporary programs are needed until permanent housing is built. I didn't hear that. We should do all we can to assure the success of Pacifica's safe parking program. We should collaborate with the county to end homelessness, and we should prioritize pathways to low-income housing in our housing element. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next caller is last 4 digits ending in 9182. 9182. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. 9182.
Hi again, this is Christine Bowles. I just want to say how much I agree with everything Pete Shoemaker said tonight about the general plan. I've spent a lot of time reviewing and commenting, and I would appreciate having more than a week, especially during a holiday weekend when I'm going to my son's graduation, to review the responses and be able to comment intelligently on the work that you all have been doing. Again, this should really be a collaborative process. And I know the city manager has said that we need to get the GP approved before we can start working on the housing element, and that is becoming time critical as it's due in January. But I really don't understand why these can't happen in parallel, especially given the fact that we're hiring a consultant for this work, so it's not an additional burden on our staff. I recently spoke with a retired planning director in California earlier today, and he indicated that the state will not be able to certify our housing element if it is inconsistent with certain general plan sections. As you know, the general plan and EIR only analyzes impacts for 990 units, when the housing element is required under RENA to plan for double that amount of new housing. I'd encourage staff to speak with OPR to understand the requirements so we don't waste time refining and approving one document and then have to turn around and revise it again. This would be a poor use of staff and citizen time and our limited financial resources. I also question why there's been no presentation of the Sharp Park specific plan. The last meeting at the council was to get feedback on the height, which then was finalized in the report, but there's been no presentation to the community that spent a lot of time giving input on this. There was a thread a few months ago on the Pacifica Locals Facebook site that has 6,000 followers, and many residents were up in arms because they're finding out for the first time.
Thank you so much, Christine. I appreciate it.
Parking is not provided.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Our next caller is the last four digits ending in 4913. 4913, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. 4913.
Hello, this is Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center, and I just wanted to let folks know that we continue to be open Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 9 to 5, and Wednesday from 9 to 7, and Friday from 9 to 1. We are closed between 12:30 and 1:30 for lunch Monday through Thursday, and we will be open one Saturday a month. The next Saturday we'll be open is on June 11th from 9 to 1. Whenever possible, we encourage you to call before you go to our office and either have a phone appointment or schedule an appointment so that you can be seen as soon as possible. Our phone number is 650-738-7470. Our next two grocery distributions are on Wednesday, the 25th of May, and Wednesday, June 6th at the American Legion Hall at 555 Buell. If folks need groceries before then, please call us to schedule a time for pantry support. We're also planning some changes to our grocery distribution program with the addition of another refrigerated van and driver, allowing us to increase grocery rescue pickups and grocery deliveries. If you or someone you know need help paying rent, I urge you to contact us so we can explore ways to help you stay housed. Though housingiskey.com has been closed as of March 31st, they are continuing to process applications that were submitted before then. And to date, 279 households in Pacifica have been supported with nearly $4 million in rental assistance. We're also continuing our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work, so please contact our UC Outreach staff by email at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org. If you know or see someone who's living on the streets in an encampment or in a vehicle. So regardless of what you need, please give us a call at the office, 650-738-7470, or by email at info@pacresourcecenter.org, or on our website at pacresourcecenter.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nita. Our next caller, it's the last four digits ending in 9309. 9309, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Cliff Lawrence again. First, I want to echo remarks made by Pete Shoemaker earlier and what we encountered in the first initial encounter with the general plan draft and draft EIR, and I'm hoping that we're not going to be confronted with those problems. Maybe we learn. Two, to me, this is all about public engagement. And that, I don't know if anybody else has actually realized that the public has not heard in any public forum yet any of the ideas that were raised by the commenters. And it isn't until those ideas are exposed to the public community that they get a chance to mull those over, maybe take that and find other application for that idea, support it or not. But a lot's missed on public engagement by deferring their first experience with that. And why doesn't public engagement include a presentation? Lastly, I'll echo Susan Moore's concern about our ABAG responsibility in housing. I hope to present a presentation sometime in the near future about why I can show that I feel this is hypocritical, and I'm a bit embarrassed by our practice versus what we say. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Our next caller is 9889, last four digits 9889. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. (9889), you may press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, it's Summer Lee again, struggling with the #6. I'm calling on the issue of the general plan coming out during a holiday week. I understand that the way the city wants to proceed is with no public kind of forums or workshops or study sessions, and they're relying on the Planning Commission hearings as sort of a place where the public can comment. I am one of the, well, I actually haven't read all 1,000 pages, but nearly so, and I would challenge anybody in this room who especially is going to be approving it to see how long it takes you to read 1,000 pages of technical stuff. But I did have the pleasure of reading the 400 documents of comments that came in for the DEIR. I don't think it's fair for the Planning Commission themselves just to have a week to review this document and meaningfully approve it. I also feel that it's not so hard to do a citywide mailer, or I don't think there was a notification to the Tribune about this hearing. And so I don't know if there's something the council can do to extend the time of consideration, but it just doesn't smell good from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. Our next caller is the last four digits ending in 4614. 4614, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. 4614. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Wow, I waited forever and then still never told me to do it, so I punched in it. Never mind.
You're good. We can hear
I
you.
tried really hard and it doesn't work. This is Jim Kramer.
Yeah.
It's the last time tonight I'm pretty sure I'm going to talk. This comment is the one that I care the most about, and I believe it's the issue that I'm the most qualified to comment on. It's the same one we've heard a little bit about. The city will release on Wednesday something like 1,000 pages of essential planning documents that have received many public comments, some, including mine, alleging substantial factual errors, and some questioning the legality of proceeding on this timetable. This rollout is poorly timed, as others have said, again, just prior to a holiday weekend, with Planning Commission consideration only 1 week at a special Wednesday meeting with inadequate public notice. It strikes me that no human can carefully review 1,000 pages of technical details and volumes of contentious comments for adequacy so quickly. I do appreciate the red line versions will be supplied, but that does not much alleviate the pressure on us or the planning commissioners. The suggestion that the objections received in this and other really important current projects are not mostly from concerned Pacificans with valid stakeholder interests is, in my experience, incorrect and perhaps insulting. Scheduling critical meetings quickly as special Wednesday events places unjustified pressure to rush to judgment. Again, I applaud the move back to virtual meetings. Not to do so risks threatening the health of everyone who participates, and of course, further restricting public participation and scrutiny. I hesitated to even make these comments tonight because most have been made before, and I can anticipate the rebuttal. There is a schedule for this process on the website. The city is behaving to me as if this schedule is cast in stone, and as if that timing is the essential, most important consideration, and we all know that's not the case. I'm sorry, I really would prefer not to take this tone on this issue. I do actually really appreciate the dedication and hard work of the city staff and elected officials.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. And Mayor Beer, we have one more caller, but I believe it's an unidentified number, so I'm going to ask this caller, once I allow their mic, to please state their name for the record. You're now unmuted. If you are a caller with a blocked ID, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Your mic is now enabled. Yes, I see your hand is raised. Can you please press *6 to unmute yourself?
You're no longer muted. Talk.
This is David Whitney. Now that you can commingle a sewer fund with Beach Boulevard project, I don't think that the rate increase that you passed a few weeks ago, I don't think it's going to be enough money. I think with you obligating our sewer fund for a lot of loans, I think you guys are going to run into some serious shortage of funds, and the ratepayers are going to have to guarantee these loans, and they don't realize that what that bill is going to be at the end of the year when we get our tax statement. And what you guys are going to have to do is you're going to be forced to accelerate the rate increases as we get the cost factor raising because of inflation. I think that is about enough to say about this topic. I wish you luck, because I think you're going to run into some serious financial difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Beard, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, I'm going to close oral communications, bring it back to council for council communications. Who would like to start?
I will.
Okay, great.
I went to the Fairmont Homeowners Association board meeting and the City and County Association of Legislative meeting and the City and County Association of Governments regular meeting. I was on vacation, but I want to let you know that I attended the meetings. I went to the Pacifica Emergency Preparedness meeting for Tiger, and a lot of their information, they publish it on Nextdoor. So that they just, something new was Red Cross has a program for smoke detectors, and they will come and install them for you. So that was on Nextdoor. I went to Public Works open house and had the most fun riding up in the air in the bucket truck. And too bad I missed my video, but thanks to Lisa, I got one anyway. And then I went on a tour of the sewer plant, and I'd never been on a tour of the sewer plant before, and it was most interesting, and amazingly, sections of the sewer plant have no smell at all, and you would be really surprised, so everyone should go on a tour. I went to the Council of Cities. They talked about downtown plans, which was quite interesting. The Democrats, Peninsula Clean Energy, and Christina Corpus, who is running for sheriff. That's it. I decided to be fast.
Thanks, Sue. Would like to go next?
I'll go. I attended the Coastal Cities Group meeting the day after I returned. There is going to be a webinar coming up on, Kevin, help me, June 18th. I'll get the date. There's a webinar coming up that the Cal Cities is promoting, and it will explain the various grant programs available through the Coastal Commission in support of local coastal plans, which we have already submitted ours, but this is for all coastal cities. There will be a local government workshop, is what they call it, coming up with the Coastal Commission on, I believe it's going to be in the either July or August Coastal Commission meeting, and that date hasn't been established. Traditionally, it's been on the Friday of the meeting. So I'll be checking the website to keep you informed of when that is. And the opportunity there is for coastal cities and counties to have direct interaction with the Coastal Commission in regard to the framework that is being worked out for addressing infrastructure that is of a public nature, primarily because some of the Coastal Act it doesn't address those specific issues, and the nitty-gritty has been worked on by the Coastal Cities Group for 7 years. And so they have an annual meeting. They didn't have it last year, but because nobody did anything last year. But well, you know what I mean. They didn't have normal meetings. But the goal is to bring staff and commissioners together with the Cal City staff and the Coastal Cities group members to discuss these issues. So I'll keep you posted about that. I went to the Democrats meeting and heard a very beneficial presentation from Pacifica Peninsula Clean Energy. It was 4 pages of notes for me. I've been listening carefully, and I'm educating myself about their goals around reach codes, because I want to make sure I really understand what the implications will be for Pacifica property owners. And I spent a good amount of the weekend meeting with constituents, met with a couple in Fairway Park on Saturday, and I met with someone from Tree City Pacifica and with a local realtor. And that's it. Thank you.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, I attended the, LAFCO was interviewing for the citizens job. I attended that meeting. I attended the, let's see, I'm just going through this. I attended the Jefferson High School's 100th anniversary and groundbreaking ceremony on Friday the 13th. Also met with a couple people, one on reach codes, one on the Tree Cities. I attended the Boys and Girls Club meeting on the 16th, where they went over what's happening there with the Boys and Girls Club. We interviewed some applicants for the commission interviews. I also attended the Public Works open house, and I got to watch Sue go up in the tree picker, or cherry picker, I think it's called, and they use it for fixing lamps, the street lamps also. We attended the LAFCO meeting. On Friday, I was reelected to LAFCO again by the Council of Cities, and today I attended the congestion management meeting for CCAG Council of Cities dinner. And this Friday, I'll be attending the awards dinner the Lions puts on the peninsula for the police department. So I'll be dining with the chief of police there.
Nice.
And I don't know if any other council members go. You're going, Sue? Okay. No?
Either. How about you, Mayor Pro Tem?
Hi, everybody. So, like I was saying before, I have been enjoying my quarantine at home vis-a-vis my COVID experience. The good news is I am pretty much 100% back to snuff, despite apparently having a viral load still prohibiting me from entering the room, but I'm in good health, good spirits. All this is to say that it's on the rise. I am case in point. I am so very glad I'm vaccinated. If anyone's listening who has not yet been vaccinated, I would urge you, just from my experience having had very mild symptoms, and I mean mild across the board, like every time I had a symptom, and for a few days it was new symptoms, mild each and every time. And do please wear a mask as often as you can while we're experiencing this spike. As somebody who does not like wearing masks after having to mandatorily wear one 8 hours a day for 2 years of my life, it's a good idea to stick one on while we're getting through this latest spike, if nothing else. That having been said, as I've been saying, Ukraine is in my mind and in my heart, and will continue to be until there is a peaceful resolution. On May 14th, I got to attend the mental health first aid meeting that was being held at the community center. It was fascinating, and it enabled me to feel more confident if I should wind up in close proximity with somebody who's experiencing some form of mental health condition. And frankly, that could be friends and family at any given moment. let alone customers or neighbors, etc. So some major takeaways from that were that different cultures perceive mental illness in different ways, and depending on somebody's culture, there could be different stigmas attached. Really big emphasis on saying the word suicide. Don't be afraid to talk about it. If that is the topic at hand, say suicide and have that conversation. It may be uncomfortable. It may save a life. It may decompress something that really needs to be decompressed and lead someone to seeking greater help, even if in that moment it's not necessarily quote unquote saving a life. Just saying suicide could be a huge help to somebody. There was this really interesting psychosis experiment, or exercise rather. It was an exercise where while talking to a person across from you in a chair, somebody else was muttering things in your ear. And the idea was that this kind of gave a sense of what somebody experiencing psychosis might go through, or certain forms of psychosis might go through. And that was a fascinating experience, having the visceral hearing somebody's voice while trying to have a conversation. So it just gave some perspective. And they really stressed this acronym ALGE, which stands for Assessing for Risk of Suicide or Harm, Listening Non-Judgmentally, Giving Reassurance and Information, Encouraging Professional Help as appropriate, and encouraging self-help and other support strategies. And this was the acronym used to pound home the process of identifying somebody and kind of trying to help them out. So I'm not suggesting anyone go out and use this acronym on my 30-second recommendation. I'm just saying this was the process, and if any of that strikes a chord, it's something to grow off of, and I certainly recommend seeking out other mental health first aid opportunities as they may arise. Recovery is the goal. I attended the library JPA meeting on the 16th. They were talking about budget, and they gave a nice presentation about the services that the county library system, of which we're a part, offered. What I didn't know until that meeting were that libraries in our county give out backpacks that have state park passes and equipment. And it just drove home this idea that libraries are not merely for books anymore. And then later that day was the Boys and Girls Club meeting at the Yosemite Clubhouse after a month to 6 weeks of really sympathizing with the pain the parents were going through as they were wondering the fate of their child's future. It was a hard meeting, but at the end it felt like we were coming together as a community. It also felt like we have a long way to go to heal the rift caused by the Boys and Girls Club being opaque and silent for so long. But we've taken the first steps to creating our Pacifica Boys and Girls Club chapter and healing as we make sure that as long as there is a Pacifica, so too will there be a Boys and Girls Club that will remain open. And so towards these ends, as they're starting to get together what that's going to look like on their end, I've just started lightly checking in with county and state to see what funding opportunities might look like, even if just in the form of one-time grants. And we'll see if any of that materializes, but I'm thinking of in terms of supporting a newly established Boys and Girls Club that's inherently Pacifica. And I think that's a good way to continue down that road. And then I got to enjoy the LAFCO meeting on the 18th, which Mr. O'Neill was chairing. I was there basically to learn what LAFCO is about and what they do. But our own Joshua Cosgrove retired from LAFCO. I think Mike said that he had been on LAFCO longer than Mike had been. So I've known Josh for a number of years, and I was happy that I got to see him there for his last meeting. And I sent him my good regards as well. And that is my update. Thank you.
Thank you. When I look at my list of meetings that I went to in the last 2 weeks, it's no wonder why I'm tired. There've been so many. I went to Housing Our People Effectively Interagency meeting, Sustainable San Mateo County Awards, which is wonderful to see all the work that's going on in San Mateo County. I met with folks to talk about the REACH codes. which Peninsula Clean Energy spoke about at length at the Democrats meeting, which I did attend as well. I attended the Jefferson Union High School District Centennial and staff housing. It was really good to be there as well. Thank you to our staff, to Mike Perez and Sophia at Parks, Beach and Rec for hosting the mental health first aid training. I really appreciate all of the work that went into that. I went to the Terra Nova Car Show and stopped in and talked to the Pacifica Bike Park folks. I attended the Boys and Girls Club meeting, met with Tree City Pacifica, participated in committee and commission interviews, attended the open space meeting. I was asked to be moderator for Working Together to End Homelessness series. There's a series of 3 workshops, I guess you can call them, or webinar meetings. And this one was about From the Street to Interim Housing. So it was an honor to moderate that event. Everything is online. You can hear the whole event there. Really important information. I know that in the past we've heard like these programs don't work, but as you learn about the different processes and how all the agencies are working together, you can see that it really does work and that we do have an infrastructure that we can address homelessness, and we should all be very proud of that and to find out everything that we can about it, so when people say in our families are suffering, we know what to do. I went to San Carlos Council of Cities meeting. I attended Pacifica Sports Club Breakfast of Champions. Went to a couple baseball games at Fairway Park, and while I was there, a whole bunch of young people helped me clean off the plaque for my nephew, which was covered in dirt and moss. And so all these little baseball players gathered around, we cleaned it off and talked about Johnny, and it was just awesome. So that's all I have today. And we go to staff communications, City Manager Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beer and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have a few quick comments to Councilmember Beckmeyer's question. The Coastal Commission and Sea Level Rise Local Government Working Group webinar is on Thursday, June 16th, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and that's talking about the grant program for LCPs. And then I don't have the date in front of me for when the follow-up workshop will be. I wanted to mention that, as council members mentioned, the Public Works Appreciation Week last week and the open house that was held at the Corp Yard was a fantastic event, and there were several classrooms from Oceana High School and younger kids as well that came to the event. So it was fantastic to see them, and I know later when I was having lunch with some of the Public Works staff, I heard many testimonies from the employees and their engagement with the kids, and heard stories as well from the Public Works employees about how they got into the work that they do because they went to similar sorts of open houses when they were young, when they didn't have any idea that they, what they wanted to do in life. So it's just a, really great thing to do, and we hope to continue it. It was temporarily interrupted by COVID, so we'll hope to continue that in the future. I know it took a lot of work from the Public Works staff to bring that together and organize it, so hats off to all of them for a great job. I wanted to also mention that tomorrow is the Civic Center groundbreaking event, which is open to the public, 3 p.m. at Santa Maria, 170 Santa Maria Avenue, and we'll be breaking ground for the Civic Center renovation project. So that's an exciting milestone in that project as well. And recently, we were notified by Congresswoman Eshoo, as well as supported by Congresswoman Spear, that a project that we had submitted for federal funding through various infrastructure bill funding mechanisms for the Sharp Park Priority Development Area Access Resurfacing Project, so a paving project, was selected by Congresswoman Eshoo as one of her top 15 submittals for consideration. So we're really pleased at that. That's a good milestone to achieve, and we'll wait and see if we actually do get the funding in the approximately $750,000 for that project. So that's exciting. And that completes my communications.
And I just want to apologize to you, Kevin, for scheduling a 7:30 meeting tomorrow morning.
That's right, that's right.
We'll
We
be
will
presenting at Rotary tomorrow morning.
We will be at Rotary tomorrow morning at 7:30.
Sorry.
Coffee strong.
Okay, so we are going to start with item 10, which is now item 8. Is that how I say it?
To 8A, technically.
8A, thank you. Which is the resolution of intention to continue the Business Improvement District Program and levy the annual assessments for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Hi, Yulia. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. So the item before you tonight is a resolution of intention to continue the Business Improvement District Program and levy the annual assessment for fiscal year 22-23. I don't have a PowerPoint for you tonight, but I do want to say that pursuant to California Street and Highway Code, the City Council of the City of Pacifica previously adopted ordinance creating Pacifica Hotel Improvement District and levied annual assessment of $1 per night per room on all hotels within the city. And in your packets, you have a Pacifica Business Improvement District annual report that was filed with the city on Friday, May 13, 2022. So the report was prepared by the Chamber of Commerce, acting as a management agency for the BID. Staff had a few questions about the report, and we would like to get some clarity with the Business Advisory District Advisory Committee. We felt like report was lacking some clarity in some respects. A lot of items were proposed for the fiscal year 22-23 budget were listed as TBD, which makes it a little bit difficult to approve the budget. And some items had very wide ranges. And also, it appears to be some duplication of efforts between the BID marketing plan and the City of Pacifica marketing plan that the City Council approved previously earlier this year. So unfortunately, we are working against a very strict deadline here to set the public hearing date to continue the assessment. So that's why the recommendation before you tonight is to adopt the resolution of intent to continue the BID program and levy annual assessment for the fiscal year 22-23 at the same rate as in the previous year, and set the public hearing date for June 13, 2022. And last recommendation is to direct staff to work with the BID members to conduct a meeting to collaborate and clarify the proposed BID budget and marketing plan for 22-23. So that concludes my report, and I know we have representatives from the Chamber of Commerce here, so I'm sure they will be happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council before we go to public comment? Okay, we're going to open up public comment for this item. If you'd like to speak, if you could fill out a yellow card and bring it on up so we can hear from you. If you would like to call in, you can dial 650-898-6965. Conference ID is 383-609-442. Press star 5 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. Is there anyone on the phone, Josh?
I do have a few callers, Mayor Beer, but let's give them a couple moments to press star 5 if they'd wish to speak.
Okay, we will give them a couple moments like always. And this is again the item of the resolution of intention to continue the Business Improvement District Program and levy the annual assessments for the fiscal year 2022-2023. In case there was any confusion about the item number.
Mayor Beer, I'm not seeing any hands going up for this item right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Josh. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Questions, comments?
Can I have a clarification on exactly what we're doing? Because it seems to me, Yola, you said that we have a deadline of some sort, but then you're having us continue this to June 13th. So am I voting tonight to continue it to June 13th and then we talk about this? Or do we, am I voting to accept
the
and
answer?
adopt this?
Yeah, so let me try to answer, and Michelle will chime in as needed. So the action before you today is a resolution of intent to continue the assessment. And on June 13, we will have a public hearing, assuming that you vote with, well, yes, on staff recommendation, we will have a public hearing to actually continue the assessment and levy the assessment and continue the BID.
Okay, and I know you and I had chatted. What areas of concern do you have, and did you address it with the bid management about reporting and accountability and stuff?
Well, we didn't have a chance to meet with the BID members yet, so that's why we added this last recommendation to you today. So hopefully between today and June 13, we will hold this meeting and we'll be able to get some clarity.
Okay, so on June 13th, we'll have answers to some of the questions and concerns you and I discussed.
Right. That's the staff's intent.
Okay. And I just want to be sure, all I'm doing today is continuing this to the resolution. I'm not,
Yes.
I'm just putting it on there for.
So you just setting the public hearing date for the June 13th. So that's the
Okay.
main action.
Okay, because I have questions and concerns and comments, and I just want to be sure I get to make them.
Well, yeah, and if I can also add to that, I think, quite frankly, I'm super concerned about our relationship, and I would really like to be a part of like a collaborative effort with y'all so that we can come to the table and talk to each other. I haven't been present I didn't go to the last economic development meeting, and so I really would love the opportunity to sit down with you. I'm looking at you. Because I think it would be good for all of us if that was able to happen. So I'm not sure how to say that exactly, but I think we need to be included, maybe Sue Beckmeyer and I, because we're both on the Economic Development Committee.
You're looking at me, so I'll.
Yes, Kevin, I'm always looking at you.
What, and I know I'll repeat some stuff that was already said, but we're recommending to adopt the resolution to have the hearing on the 13th. But when staff reviewed the bid's work plan and budget and report out, we have several questions about it. And as the report talks about, we've had meetings and tried to work collaboratively about the city's marketing plan and how to achieve our mutual goals. And we need to continue those conversations as you're indicating. And so I'm recommending that we get direction from the council to convene that meeting with Chamber Administration and the bid members to talk further about how the money is being used and what the marketing plan is for next year and how we can collaborate together to support our hotels, and that conversation should include the Economic Development Committee liaisons in doing that. One of the details that we'll need to confront is, and the city attorney can elaborate more, is that if there are substantive changes to the work plan, then there might be an extra hoop to re-adopt the resolution of intent for a public hearing and hold that at a later date. But I think that we just need to try to achieve the clarification with the Chamber of Commerce Administration that supports the bid on how that $1 per hotel room is being used. And I do know that the representatives are here tonight, so if there are any questions directly for them, you should feel free to ask them. But that's the intent. And then depending on that meeting or conversation, when we come back on June 13th and the council is or a later date and the council is going to hear about whether to continue the $1 fee, that's when we'll have more information, and the council would have a series of alternatives to choose from at that point in time.
Anybody have anything else? Tiger, do you have any comments or questions or anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Beckman?
Yes, I wanted to echo your concerns about having a meeting. I think that there's, based on what I read in this report, it looks like there is some overlap with what the city has been planning on and what we've approved in terms of the marketing study and the short-term marketing plan. And I want to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts, but that we're using all the funds in the most productive way possible to promote our hotels. Because what we've determined is that our visitors help our budget, and TOT is a big thing for our city. Recently, I can't remember where I was, maybe it was Mr. Mora's presentation, but I remember being a little shocked when I realized or learned that there are 21 hotels in Half Moon Bay. And there are 7, if I count correctly, in Pacifica. And just the magnitude of the number of rooms, when you figure TOT, it's not a big wonder why Half Moon Bay has so much more to work with. And of course, one of those is the Ritz-Carlton. So when you're talking about even for a plain old room rate night of close to $800, when you go and Google it, and you look at Pacifica's rates of $200, and you look at the number of rooms that we have, which is so much smaller, and you look at we're in COVID recovery, which is going well. I'm very pleased I've been checking in on that. But I think we're at a real juncture where we need to leverage every bit of everyone's effort and money to move us forward. That's what ARPA money is supposed to be for. That's what we're using it for. And I would love to see collaboration and cooperation and growth with working with the bid. So to that end, I don't know, Yuli, if we need to formally request that you establish a meeting or attempt to establish a meeting with bid members, but I'm asking for that, to echo what the mayor said.
I think that we need that there shall be a meeting before June 3rd, before June 5th with the bid, or bring a resolution to stop collecting the $1 a room. And City Attorney, having been up here for several years now, we have always been told that we have very little control over the bid, that it is the managing
agent
there. If you need to send us an attorney-client privilege letter detailing what our rights and duties and our abilities for a bid are, I would appreciate that. Okay, for clarification.
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Again, my main concern is our relationship, so I really look forward to that meeting, and I hope that you do too. Okay, so
I move that we continue this item to the June 13th City Council meeting. Is it June 13th?
Yes.
The resolution setting.
Adopt the resolution as mentioned in the City Council agenda, yes. I just accidentally closed that tab, so I don't have the resolution in front of me. Okay.
Adopt the resolution.
Adopt the resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica confirming the annual report of the Advisory Board of the Pacifica Hotels and Business Improvement District and declaring the City Council's intention to continue the bid program and levy the annual assessments for the fiscal year 22-23 at the same rate as levied in the fiscal year 21-22 without change, and set the date of June 13th, 2022 for the public hearing on the annual levy of assessments on hotels within the bid, and to give direction to staff that there will be a meeting no later than June 5th, because that will give staff enough time to include it in the staff report.
Yes, we'll start working on setting up this meeting tomorrow.
Okay, so that will be also part of the action, and that the city attorney will draft a letter for the city council, exactly what our rights, responsibilities, and duties we have with a bid. I make that motion.
A second.
Second.
Oh,
At the motion by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate you. Okay. We're on to item number 8B. Now I lost mine. Okay, we're going to be talking about the general fund base budget report. Yuli.
I'm going to just jump in to kick this off and turn it over very quickly to our Chief Financial Sustainability Officer, Yulia Carter. This is a item that was deferred from the May 9th council meeting, but then we've added more information in, including a more complete overview of the capital improvement program. So we'll be talking about the base budget, some limited term position recommendations and reclassifications, the fee schedule, and the capital improvement program, and we'll just dive right in. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Kevin. So tonight we are continuing our budget development process, and as City Manager indicated, the item before you tonight is a review of the fiscal year 22-23 base budget, position recommendations, CIP, and master fee schedule updates. So very quickly about today's agenda, we'll talk about base budget, as I mentioned. So we'll touch base on the base budget revenue and expenditure assumptions, give you a little bit of update on the ARPA funding, not so much about the funding itself for the upcoming year, but just new development in the Treasury guidelines. We have our Public Works team here to talk about CIP program options, and we'll touch base on the master fee schedule updates, and briefly touch base on the general fund fiscal condition at the current level of services at the base budget. And for the future items to discuss will be position recommendations or costing for those recommendations once you provide the feedback today. And at the next meeting, we will bring you complete operating budget program options for the upcoming year's budget. And you can see, well, you've seen the slide before. Tonight, we're in public meeting number 4 of the budget development process. The new budget cycle started when you reviewed the current year's mid-year budget that was done on March 14th. Then the council also held the goal-setting workshop in March, and the budget study session number 1 was done on April 11th. So tonight, we again holding the budget study session number 2 to discuss preliminary base budget. And once we receive your input tonight, we will present the proposed CIP plan to the Planning Commission for conformity with the general plan. This meeting is scheduled for June 6th, and we will return in 2 weeks with the recommended program options for the upcoming budget, and we'll present you all the recommendations at that time to hear your feedback. And finally, the budget is scheduled to be adopted on June 27. At the last budget meeting, we talked a lot about modified base budget methodology, so I'm not going to repeat all of this today, but I just want to highlight that developing the base budget at the current level of services is a critical piece in the budget development process. So the base budget is not the exact duplication of the current year's adopted budget, and this is because the actions that the council may have taken during the course of the year that may have modified the budget. But it's also not the revised current year's budget that you approved in March. And this is because of the 22-23 budget assumptions that we used to develop the base budget. And we will touch base on those a little bit later. So what is the budget, the base budget before you? So we built the base budget based on the 21-22 revised budget that we presented at mid-year in March. But we subtracted all one-time revenues and expenditures, and we also added 22-23 budget assumptions. So again, this is not a proposed budget or recommended budget, that's what you see today. And it does not include any increases or reduction in the current level of services. But it does include the CIP budget allocations now. So again, when we were planning to present it to you in May, we didn't have it ready yet, but for this meeting, we were able to actually include and build all the capital transfers. But again, once we receive your feedback, if you decide to make any changes, we'll adjust for the next meeting. So, and again, to summarize the slide, the base budget represents today's services at tomorrow's cost. So that's what you see today. Now, let's take a look at the base budget revenue assumptions that we used. The slide right here pretty much summarizes all of them. I want to bring your attention to highlighted in green column. So you can see that the taxes represent about 72% of the base general fund revenues. And we are projecting 3.7 million increase in this category. The main increases are listed in property taxes, VLF, well, mostly because of the VLF and lieu backfill, and also TOT category, as we touched base on in the previous item. So all of these assumptions detailed in the staff report. I don't want to spend too much time going over this. I know we have a packed agenda, but I want to highlight that the VLF revenues are probably the most vulnerable or uncertain category at this point. And the base budget includes assumption that we will receive the fiscal year 2021 shortfall backfill portion, and that was about $2 million that we discussed before in the previous year and up to this point in the budget development process. But the new development since the last report that we published was that the state revised the proposed budget and proposed permanently capping the ERAF funds that would be returned to the local agencies. And instead use this local revenues to pay for states' VLF in lieu backfill obligations. So as you're aware that also Mateo County city managers and finance directors have prepared strong opposition letters to this proposal, because both of these revenues are due to the local agencies. But just for the budget assumption purposes, we included this fiscal impact in the base budget. And the returned ERAF reduction to the city of Pacifica would be about $217,000 that we recorded in disaster accounting fund. For charges for services, so this category includes building, planning, other permits, recreation revenues, all rentals, fines, and reimbursements. So we're projecting an increase in recreation activities, and this is based on gradually returning to the pre-COVID level of activities. And we also updated, since last meeting, we updated the numbers for building and planning revenues. And this time we included cost reimbursable level of development activities with the corresponding increase in expenditures as well. So you will see that it's a wash, but both expenditures and revenues increase at the same level. The intergovernmental category includes federal, state, and county grants and reimbursements. This includes our famous ARPA funding, and you will see, we already mentioned to you before that we are anticipating to receive another tranche of $4.6 million in this category. If you compare this category over the revised budget, you will see that we have a little bit of decline here, well, about 1 million decline. And this is mostly because of the OES reimbursement for wildfire services is not being budgeted. It's our practice not to budget this revenues up front, but comparing to the revised budget, we did include this money when we received it at the mid-year. So that's the change. And operating transfers include administrative expenses charged to other funds. So a little bit of reduction here, about 120,000, represents the adjusted wastewater charge for 22-23 that removes the one-year catch-up that we did in the previous fiscal year. So now let's look at the expenditures, again, base budget expenditure assumptions. We included some inflationary increases, and the next couple slides show, kind of go a little bit deeper into assumptions categories. So we grouped general fund expenditures in these 4 categories before you. Salaries and benefits, contract services, materials and supply, and transfers out. So for salaries and benefits projections, we included 173 full-time equivalent positions citywide, what we have currently on the payroll. So general fund includes about 137.7 FTEs. We also included new pension rates, unfunded actuarial accrued liability payments to CalPERS, and which, by the way, increased about $500,000 or 11% for the upcoming year. We also included all the vacancies budgeted at top step, just to make sure that we account for the recruitment challenges that city manager will be talking about a little bit later. And we included all MOU provisions for all labor groups that will go into effect on July 1. For contract services, we are showing an increase of about 12% over the revised budget. Here I want to highlight that we removed previously approved one-time expenditures, including ARPA-funded one-time uses, but this category includes 2% increases to account for inflation, and also includes reimbursable cost reimbursable expenses for planning and building department that I mentioned before. Material and supply category also includes inflationary increase, but we kind of lowered a little bit to 1% across the board. And transfers category shows decrease about $2 million, and this is mostly because of the capital transfers. And as we go into capital improvement discussion, you will see that the general fund contribution to capital improvement plan will decrease significantly, because last year you funded major portion of it for Civic Center project. And this year's contribution from general fund is only proposed to be $655,000. Very quick, there is not much update on the ARPA funding options for the fiscal year 22-23. You will see this at the next council meeting when we bring all options for the council's approval. But I wanted to highlight that the Department of Treasury recently published new streamlined reporting requirements to make reporting easier for small agencies, and we would qualify for this. So since Pacifica's award is less than $10 million, based on these new requirements, it will allow us to treat up to $10 million as revenue losses, so which makes the reporting much easier and gives more discretion to the city and the city council on how to best use the ARPA funds. And with that, I want to turn it to the city manager to talk about position recommendations and personnel changes.
Thank you. There's a number of position reclassifications and limited term positions that we identify here in this recommendation, and I just want to go through briefly them. Recruitment and retention has been really increasingly challenging in the public sector, competing with the private sector and retirements, the retirement wave, and housing and COLA factors in our region. And as the council knows, because I've said it many times before, on average, our Pacifica staffing levels, due to historic expenditure reductions, are 23% lower than comparably sized cities in the area, based on an update that we did in 2019. We've had numerous failed recruitments in recent years, and I'm recommending these positions in order to achieve our business needs, to maintain our services, to really kind of keep our heads slightly above water for this next year in a kind of financially prudent way, to retain quality employees that we already have here. That really, the point about reclassifications relates to when they're working out of class. We'll wait for that to pass. So you know, when employees are requested to work out of class, we need to look at whether that position should actually be reclassified. So next slide, please. Oh, I think you have it up there. Thank you. So quickly, some of the recommended position reclassifications include in public works, associate engineer to a project manager level for the significant level of project management work that position is doing, ranger to a lead ranger position in order to create a hierarchy and a leadership structure within the ranger ranks, a child care assistant supervisor to a child care supervisor position. On the operations side of child care, we have a supervisor position on the administrative side for child care, and it creates the appropriate and an equivalent structure on the operations side for the child care program. And underneath that, then, a site coordinator to senior child care coordinator position. In terms of limited term position recommendations, and most of these would be recommended to be funded with ARPA funds on a limited term basis, and some of them that are, all of them are listed here, but I'll go through them. The records division of the police department is incredibly impacted with federal and state records reporting, and just a massive workload that they have to handle, and is incredibly understaffed compared to comparable jurisdictions. So the chief is recommending that we patchwork that or Band-Aid that with a 2-year limited records clerk position.
Kevin, how many records clerks do we presently have?
I believe we have 2. One has announced retirement, so we're down to 1, and I'll turn to the chief if that's the accurate.
You could just say 1 from back there if you want.
We have 1 record supervisor and 1 ranger.
We're 2 when most cities have 5. And then it says we risk falling out of compliance. Compliance with what?
Yeah, Chief, why don't you come up and elaborate at the mic a little bit on that one?
So each year it seems that our legislators create more and more laws that have to do with sealing of records in different ways that police departments have to process records. These are very time-consuming processes. For example, juvenile sealings. We've been inundated lately with juvenile sealings. The timeline's been reduced to 30 days. Once we get a record of a request for a juvenile sealing, the court says we have to seal it. We have 30 days to seal that record, to seal it and put it by the wayside. At any given time, they have a stack of them. This is just one thing. With the RIPA data reporting and the transition to the CYBERS and NIBRS data reporting for our crime statistics for the Department of Justice in California, as well as for the FBI nationwide. These are just a couple of things that are just taking an enormous amount of our time. We did a study about 2 years ago when we had, pre-COVID, when we had quite a few volunteers working for us. And with the 2 people full-time, fully trained, nobody knew in there, we were 100 hours a month in personnel hours under what we needed to do to keep up with what we were doing. We were using volunteers to take care of some of those tasks for us.
And so you're talking about some of the stuff like when you stop and there was a field interrogation and the office, you mentioned it 2 or 3 meetings ago about how an officer has to guess the ethnicity, that kind of stuff, right?
Correct, that's the RIPA data reporting. But what these new programs have caused is rather than the records department just processing police reports, they have to process the police reports and work on that data component of it. So our records department touches each and every single incident electronically that our officers handled at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be sure I understood it.
Yes, thank you.
Continuing on the position recommendations for the limited term positions, as the council is aware, we hired a limited term 1-year management analyst to support economic development and environmental sustainability efforts. That employee began in January, and this recommendation is to continue that position and the great work that she's doing to support those 2 programs. In finance, the senior accountant limited term position is recommended because we have an ominous task ahead of us for our enterprise resource management system to launch that, and the finance department needs that temporary capacity to be able to project manage that and do our day-to-day positions. The next item relates to childcare teachers, and these are positions that would be funded out of the fees for childcare, but as we're coming out of COVID, getting the program back to the level that it was intended to be ramping up to in 2019, right before COVID, is part of that. The council had previously approved those positions, and the intent here is that we would move forward with those teachers and be able to service more kids. And then finally, there will be a number of reorganization recommendations in the city manager's office that I'll come forth with more specifics in June for the proposed budget and the financial impact related to serving the city manager's office business needs with the vacancy from the assistant city manager / planning director, and supporting the executive the deputy clerk, the city clerk function, and other aspects of the department. So more details forthcoming, but another essential just to keep our head above water and meet our business needs. And that completes kind of a quick overview of various position recommendations, limited term position recommendations. I want to emphasize that most of these are forecast on a limited term, because as we're looking at a structural deficit in future years, we'll need to revisit that.
Well, thank you, Kevin. This is actually a very great segue to this next slide. If we factor in all the base budget assumptions that we've discussed so far, not the position recommendations yet, because those are not built in the budget yet, but all the revenues and base budget assumptions so far, you can see in the middle of the slide, we are projecting about 1.9 million surplus. But this number may be a little bit misleading here because it takes into account one-time ARPA revenues that we are planning to receive this fiscal year. So it's 4.6 million that I mentioned before. So to be consistent with what we've been reporting you previously, when we discussed the long-term financial outlook and projected financial deficit, we prepared base budget with and without ARPA. So you can see how the numbers changes here. And you can see the circled number, that's what our proposed surplus will look like for the upcoming year. But once we back out the ARPA, which is the number right below 4.6 million, you can see that we're looking at 2.7 million deficit. And again, this is just the illustration what it would look like. So it's hypothetical at this point because this is not your proposed budget. And this deficit will be more visible in the year after the next year. So we are not proposing any cuts at this point, but it's really important to show this number so you can see, we can start the conversation, we can start looking and planning accordingly. So that's, I guess, this number will demonstrate the financial challenge in the future year to continue budget operations at the current level of services without relying on ARPA one-time funds. And again, as I said, it will become more apparent in the future years if this issue remains unaddressed.
Yulia, before you go on that issue on this particular slide, are you saying that in the second column that says adopted and then in parens amended as of September 27th, the bottom line number of negative 1,700,000 is what our deficit would have been this year if we didn't have the ARPA money?
No, that's not what I'm saying here. So you can look at the same surplus deficit line in the middle, and our budget was adopted at 1.2 million surplus. So what you see as a negative number here is reflective of the capital transfer. Remember, you allocated one-time capital funds towards the Civic Center project. So those numbers should not be counted to structural deficit because they're considered to be one-time.
Okay.
And you can see, well, capital transfers out, so that's what's driving this number.
So it's the second green line.
It's a second green number.
Showing
yeah.
the deficit. Okay.
Right. So, and again, I want to point out that every year City Council adopts the balanced budget. So the services would have to be reduced to, or in some way reimagined to, in order to balance the budget if we were to balance it in the current fiscal year, which again, this is our future problem at this point. So the next slide, again, to continue with this hypothetical analysis, this table represents how this deficit would be hypothetically, again, circulated in the organization or divided between different departments proportionally to the share of the general fund currently. And again, this is just to continue this discussion and conversation and see what this would look like, what the cuts would potentially look like for each department, if you were to do them.
Can I ask the chief a question on the police department line item? And can I ask, is Lisa here now? No. Oh, there you are. And Lisa, Director Peterson, I also have a question for you on that Public Works line item that's on this slide. If I'm understanding this correctly, Yulia, this is telling us that if we didn't have the ARPA money, there would have been a 6% cut, but departmentally it's a different amount because it reflects the amount of the general fund that each of those departments draws.
Right, that's correct. And you can see that everybody is getting like what would 6% cut would look like for each department.
So
and
Chief,
that's what we presented here.
When you look at this line item and you see a 25%, it looks to me, if I'm reading this right, it's a 6% cut, but this would be 25% of the general fund budget allocation for the police department. Is that right, Yulia?
Yes, that's correct.
What would that be, just spitballing?
5 police officers.
How many do you have?
We currently have 31. We're authorized 32 with a 33rd that's frozen right now.
Oh, nearly 10%. Yeah.
if I could jump in, I just want to clarify. I think that percentage is the distribution, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Carter, but distribution of the 2.7 million to the departments, not
Of the
not
ARPA money?
Yeah, of the 2.7 million deficit.
Oh.
So 25% of that fall, if you divide it up, right, falls to the police department, but not 25% of the police department's budget.
Right, so each department would have to submit programmatic changes or reduction options that would equal 6% of the operating budget. And for police department, we are looking at 667,000 in this case.
So Director Peterson, do you have any, can you give me a quick response to that question on for Public Works when you look at this number? I mean, I want to couch this in terms of we have ARPA money. This isn't the actual situation, but it is the hypothetical that we asked for when we were talking about this budget a long time ago. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, I mean, ultimately it would depend which positions were cut, but certainly would represent, 2 to 3 positions in our department. And as City Manager Woodhouse did already discuss, typically we are about 23% lower in staffing than comparable cities, so that would be very difficult for us to absorb.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify, this is not from the sewer plant, which is an enterprise fund. These are the people that respond to trees falling, pave the streets, that emergencies, if there's flooding, if there is seawall breach, that's who the Department of cutting trees, maintaining trees, that's who the Department of Public Works is, correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. So these are the folks that are out there when we're having the big storms, so, we may not have as many people who can respond.
Right.
It's sobering. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, again, this table is just an illustration to provide the perspective here and begin the discussion. So we are not definitely not proposing this for fiscal year 22-23 right now, and I just want to highlight that if the city's revenue base remains unchanged to the way how it's structured now, so the city manager would likely recommend the strategic approach to the cuts, so it doesn't necessarily mean the mechanical, 6% for each budget, so it's going to be a little bit more work included in this, in the future. And so with that, I want to turn it to our Public Works group to talk about capital improvement program.
And can I just jump in here for a second? Thank you, Director Peterson, Mayor Beer. Before we launch into the capital budget discussion, I really want to just draw a point about the difference in what we were just talking about in operating revenues and expenditures and the deficit that exists there. And while there's a relationship between operating revenues and one-time funding for capital projects, there's a significant difference in the budgeting viewpoint of that. So a lot of the capital projects you're seeing recommended here, these sort of non-discretionary essential recommended things, a lot of these are one-time funding projects, and you can use different sources, and there's different funds that go, for example, to funding street paving that you can't fund general fund staff out of, that type of thing. But I wanted to draw, because it's very important for this conversation as well as for the conversation we're going to have later about potential tax revenue measures, that just very distinct point between annual operating revenue, to pay the mortgage on your house, so to speak, versus the savings account that you sometimes dip into for the one-time purchases. And that runs out too if your annual operating revenues run out, but they are different financial buckets, so to speak.
Thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I also wanted to recognize Deputy Director Batista, who's here with me tonight and can help respond to any questions that you may have regarding our capital program. So tonight, I'm going to be talking about the new capital improvement projects that are being proposed to be funded for fiscal year 22-23. And these programs are broken into different categories. So we do have categories where we call them discretionary projects. We have some of those highlighted in yellow. This year, as we were just talking about, due to our budget issues, we have very few of these. We only have 2. And we consider discretionary projects are ones that are important, but perhaps could be pushed off for a year or 2. Additionally, we have projects that we consider non-discretionary that we believe have to be funded in fiscal year 22-23. And the reason for this is different based on the project. It could be a required maintenance project, it could be a mandated project, could be needed for staff purposes. And we have next to the description of the capital improvement program, in parentheses, the reason why we consider those non-discretionary projects. I also wanted to mention that we have in the packet that you have tonight, attachment number 4, which does show the capital improvement project funding. Those funds come from different sources. It is important to note that the majority of them do come from fund reserves, and we do have 3 projects that are being recommended to be funded out of our general fund balance. So to try to go through these projects relatively quickly, we do have, and additionally, I did want to mention that we also have the projects broken into new projects and ongoing projects that are going to need funding. So we do, for our new projects, we have the community center roof project for $325,000, and council will probably remember this. We had a discussion with Peninsula Clean Energy a couple of months back related to putting photovoltaics on the top of the community center. And at that time, we did have the discussion that due to the age of the roof and due to the impact from the photovoltaics, that we would need to replace that roof in order for that project to move forward. Since that was important to the council, we do have that listed here. The next project is the ADA transition plan update for $100,000. We do have an ADA transition plan that is old, so we do need to update that in order to meet our current requirements. For fiscal year 22-23, we are recommending a pavement resurfacing project for $1.5 million. This is part of our 5-year street maintenance program that the council approved in the fall of 2020. We also have a local roadway safety plan for $80,000. Of that $80,000, there is $40,000 that is part of a grant. We did find that we needed an additional $40,000 in order to move this project forward. It is important because the state is now requiring us to have this in place in order to receive the Highway Safety Improvement, or HSIP funds. And as council will remember, we just recently have begun and are almost complete with a number of ADA improvements that we received from that HSIP grant. So that's why we need to make sure that happens, the local roadway safety plan. Our storm drain master plan phase 2 inspections. This is the next part of our storm drain master plan project. We do need to do some inspections on those major storm drain trunk lines. We also have our community center improvement project for $60,000. This would be funding door replacements for security there. We also, as you can see, number 7, that is in yellow, so we do consider this project, the city facilities Wi-Fi update, to be a discretionary project that could perhaps get pushed out a year or 2. We do feel that this is an important project, though. It is planning on adding and replacing wireless access points at the city facilities in order to allow staff to work more securely at our facilities. The enterprise backup solution is also a project that we are actually calling non-discretionary, so we feel that has to move forward. This is going to be a backup solution that allows for a robust protection for our network, and this is because of the increasing threats that we've been having from ransomware and other cyber threats. And I do also want to mention the reason that the 2 costs next to both Project 7 and 8 are in green is because those were accidentally switched in the council report. So these are the correct costs for those projects. $50,000 for the city facility Wi-Fi upgrade and $100,000 for the enterprise backup solution. We're recommending the San Pedro Creek bank stabilization projects for $180,000. This is to do the design and environmental review for that project. We are starting to have stabilization issues along the bank, and this is something that we feel that we need to get to this year, get going on it and start with that design. The Odstead Park Building Maintenance Project for $200,000. Council may remember that the Spindrift Building did have water intrusion during the recent winter storm events that did cause some damage. This would be mitigating that damage. Additionally, it's also going to be doing some improvements to the drainage there. We have Fire Station 71 building maintenance for $150,000. This will be taking care of some asbestos removal at that building. Additionally, it's going to be doing some maintenance related to the roof, the furnaces, and the ducts. We have the school crosswalk beacon replacement project that we're recommending for $40,000 for this year. And in 2014, there were a number of in-ground roadway lights and flashing signs that were put in place in front of 5 schools. What's happening is those are failing now. They are a continuous maintenance problem. So we do want to start upgrading those with the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which are much better crossing light to have in place. We will next year also be trying to replace a number of these, and we'll be looking for grant funding for those projects for next year.
Lisa?
Yes.
As you go through this whole list here, is there any of these projects that we are looking at that if are not done, they endanger, this is our local match for grant funding for other projects. So if we don't do this, is there other funding we will lose out on? Because you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And so we do have listed next to the projects, if there is something next to it that's in parentheses, it says grant funded, then those are projects that we will be losing, grant funding if we don't move forward with those. And certainly if you have questions related to any particular projects, I can answer that.
And then second, the school crosswalk beacon replacement, that's Safe Routes to Schools is who initially funded all those, I think, correct? So they aren't responsible for the ongoing maintenance, or they won't replace, being their stuff is failing?
So once we put it in, it does become our maintenance responsibility, and these are very maintenance intensive. So what many cities are doing now is they're removing these street lights, and they're moving towards the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which is a much better product.
Okay. Just curiosity.
We also have our new wastewater enterprise capital improvement projects. These were all of these were in the report from the last council meeting, and some of these were discussed with council. I didn't want to go through all of these. These are all required maintenance projects that we need to do over at the wastewater plant or our pump stations, but I did want to point out one of them, which is number 17, the smoke testing for Lindemar and Park Pacifica drainage basin. So what we were planning on doing is going in that basin and doing a smoke testing, which will show us where there are breaks in the lines and allow us to understand where that infiltration and inflow comes into the lines. And we might have actually talked about this at the last council meeting, but I wanted to point out that when we do that testing, not only will it find some of the problems in the city lines, but it will also probably identify some problems in the private laterals. So what we also are requesting is to increase from $1,000, the grant program for fiscal year 22-23 for the lateral grant replacement program to $2,000, because if people do find that they have some breaks in their laterals, we want to make sure that they are encouraged to do those replacements. So that is also a recommendation. And we have a number of continuing capital improvement program projects that are also going to be in need of some funding for fiscal 22-23. Again, the majority of these we are considering non-discretionary. These are projects that the council knows of. They're in your council report. They're up on the screen. We can certainly answer any questions you have related to them. I wanted to highlight in particular two of them. The number 8, the parks, beaches, and trail sign improvements. This is because this is the second and last discretionary project that we have on our list. This is only for $5,000, but certainly could be pushed out if needed. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project number 10. We are recommending that we take $1 million from our Fund 38, our disaster accounting fund, and put that towards the first phase of design and start the environmental permitting for that project. This project was listed in your report under the attachment number 4, but it was actually dropped out of the verbiage of the report, so I wanted to make sure that I highlighted it for council. And with that, I was going to start talking about the master fee schedule changes also for fiscal year 22-23. As council knows, the proposed fee schedule changes happen every year, and typically these are related to consumer price index or construction cost index. Additionally, it can be related to benchmarking or comparing with the regional marketplace, community needs, if there's an extra class that's needed for PB&R. Additionally, it's also based on comprehensive studies that happen that provide a basis for that fee. So tonight, there's going to be a short discussion that we will have on specific fees from the Public Works Department, and also Director Perez will talk a bit about a couple of fees from the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department. The fees that I wanted to highlight were the fees that were based on the studies that we had a study session with council on March 14th related to 2 fees related to asphalt. And one of these was the utility pavement cut fee, the other was the construction vehicle impact fee. And as council will remember from that meeting, the studies did show that these activities, cutting the pavement or construction activities going back and forth to development projects, does damage the pavement. And so what the study did is it actually came up and developed a fee that was related to the amount of damage that's being caused. The utility pavement cut fee was based on the pavement area that was being affected, the functional class, which is it a residential street, collector street, arterial street, and the street age. Is it less than 10 years or is it more than 10 years? And an example fee for this would be a small cut in the pavement, which is typically what we see. And these are cuts that are less than 10% of a block-to-block pavement area. They tend to be on older streets because the majority of our streets are old, and on residential streets. So for a fee related to those specifics I just gave, the cost would be $1 times the square footage of the impacted area divided by 10%. And as council may recall, when we had the discussion and the study session on March 14th, what the consultant was talking about was what they saw in the data is the minute a street section from block to block is cut by 10%, whether it's a large cut or it's these small cuts that add up to it, it drops an entire pavement condition, which means that the street needs to be overlaid. And so consequently, to allow for these small cuts to pay for their fair share of damage, the recommendation was to divide this by 10%, and that's where it came from. And to give an example of what that fee would look like, if we take a property owner who's selling their house, they have to get their sewer lateral inspected. If they find out they have to replace that sewer lateral, that cut is going to typically be a 4x4 cut. And what that would translate to in this fee would be $640 that the homeowner would have to pay as part of the damage that's being caused to the pavement. The construction vehicle impact fee, as discussed also on March 14th, was based on the impact to the streets from these heavy vehicles that are traversing back and forth to development projects. Once again, the consultant did develop a fee that was related to the damage that was being caused, and this came out to be $1.19 per square foot of building area. This equates to $952 for an 800 square foot multifamily unit, and $2,142 for an 1,800 square foot single-family dwelling. As discussed at that time during the study session, we noted there would be no fees that were charged for ADUs under 750 square feet or any ADU when it was built at the same time that the single-family dwelling was built that was paying the fees. And similar to other fees that the council has adopted recently, when we come back to council requesting adoption of this fee, we would be also noting that the fees associated with ADUs and low-income housing can be discussed at the upcoming housing element meetings. So the discussion for these fees will happen once again on June 13th during our budget public hearings. And with that, I want to pass it over to Director Perez to talk quickly about his fees.
Good evening, Council. Michael Perez, Director for Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. I'm just going to highlight the fees that are did not make it into your packet, and I would be happy to answer questions about any that did. But just first, I wanted to say that the fees are not typically modified for the Parks and Recreation by the CPI or the CCI, but they're competitively modified to reflect our regional market. And we also consider historic changes to the fees in those programs and services. And as a result, some of the fees have increased while many or most of them have not. And the two fees that we had that were not in your packet, one is beach use, and this is not including surf events. So if someone uses the beach, we actually currently have a fee for up to 50 persons. We don't have a fee for over 50 persons. I think we've had events with more than 50 persons, so we thought it was time to add the second event there, and we raised the first part to 200, making the larger event 300. And then there's some clarifying language for our childcare registration fee. We have a $75 non-refundable one-time fee, and the language was a little misleading. It was an annual fee, it said, and we added in the full cost and one time only on that. And in your packet, the preschool fee, which is the same amount as the school age fee, is listed as $10. So, and if there's any other questions about any of our other fees, those were pretty much the two that I wanted to highlight for you as not being in the report.
Thank you.
Again, well, we'll be getting close to the end of the presentation here. We will return to you on June 13th with the complete list of budget options or recommendations for the upcoming budget. And again, the budget is scheduled to be adopted the following meeting on the June 27th. I also want to mention that all departments are right now working on the budget recommendations for service changes that will be submitted to the city manager. Again, going back to our base budget methodology for a second. So the city manager has been meeting with all departments kind of internally to review and discuss the requests and for the upcoming budget. And we will bring you the balanced budget options for fiscal year 22-23 on June 13th. With that, we're all here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, everybody. Do we have any questions from council?
I do have a question. It's for Director Perez. In regard to, I'm looking at packet page 182 where it says beach use not including surf events. That's what you were referring to before, where it was $200 a day, but now we're adding one for a larger group, bigger than 50 people.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Do we have a fee for filming?
Yes.
Can you help me find that? Wedding ceremonies. 183.
Thanks, Sam.
Oh, film photo shoots.
Yeah. Yes. I have a different page number than you. I
Got it.
printed mine out.
$900 a day. Have we reviewed that fee anytime recently? Do you have a recollection?
We decided we weren't going to raise it this year, and I don't think over COVID we raised it any. It seems to be about fair, and from what we talked to, we're really talking about a handful of events. For a lot of these beach events, some of these fees, we're talking about a handful of events a year that fall into any of these categories. So it's not like we're getting a weekly or even monthly, film shoot request.
Okay.
Did you have a question about like the lower cost or the higher cost or anyone
It was
specifically?
more about the filming, major commercial filming at $900 a day. Not that we have 5 million people calling us every day.
Right.
But if they called tomorrow, I have had anecdotal feedback that our rate is very low.
I'd be interested to hear more about that because that doesn't tell the whole story, I don't think. So that's not the only fee that they pay.
Right.
Because they also would pay for if there was extra public works need, extra staffing on the beach, if we needed the police. And you may remember the movie Chasing Mavericks was filmed here in 2 locations in Pacifica, and that was really one that really tested how we sort of really did a real Hollywood film. And there is a point, I think from one perspective that you can, they can pay, but every day they're going somewhere to shoot.
Right.
And so, and we're not allowed to charge them more than really what it cost us to do that. And that was made abundantly clear when we did that. But we also were able to charge them for parking spots before we actually had a parking program because we had a proposed fee in effect, and they used the parking spots, staffing, like I said, and I'd say we were right up to the edge of where they might have said,
Okay.
So I would say
all in, we
it's
were
all in. I
right
think it would
there.
be yes, and I could provide some. We've had some more recent ones, but not quite as big as that one.
Right. Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Tiger, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Open public, no, you sure, Sue? Okay. We can open public comment. If you'd like to comment on this item, fill out a yellow card and we can take your public comments, or you can call in 650-898-6965. The conference ID is 383-609-442 in the number sign. Press *5 to raise your hand and *6 to mute, and just know that there will be a delay. Do we have anyone on the line, Josh?
We have 4 callers on the line, but none of their hands are raised at this time.
Okay. If you'd like to leave a comment, a public comment on this item, if you could raise your hand, please press *5 if you'd like to do a public comment on this item.
We're done, right?
No hands are coming up, Mayor Beer.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Any more comments or anything?
Comments, I guess we just move on, right?
It looks like it.
Is it an action item?
It's not.
Recommended action, accept the report and provide feedback. So this isn't a vote?
No.
No? The next item?
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your help. Okay, we did that one. Vision 2025 and beyond. Does anyone need a break before we do that, or?
I could use a couple minutes.
Okay, we'll take a short break, 3-4 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Beer, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, city manager. I'm going to kick off this conversation, and then we'll roll pretty quickly into a presentation from the opinion research that's been conducted by FM3. And we have Kurt Balow here from FM3, and he'll be presenting in detail that portion of the presentation. I'd also like to introduce again, we have Brian Mora from RGS Financial Services, helping the city in the Vision 2025 process, and then Chief Sustainability Officer, Financial Sustainability Officer, Yulia Carter as well. So next slide, please. What we want to cover is just provide again a little bit of the context and background for the Vision 2025 and Beyond Financial Sustainability Study, where we are in that process, and how this opinion research about potential tax measures fits into that process. Go over in detail the results of that research, and then move into the recommendation and City Council discussion. Next slide, please. And next slide. So as we've covered previously, in spring 2019, Council affirmed the need for this type of fiscal sustainability study. In October of 2020, updated the purpose statement for the the Vision 2025 and Beyond fiscal sustainability study. And then in winter, spring 2021, when Ms. Carter came on board, we retooled the approach and study scope for that project. In December, we brought a component of it related to the economic opportunities study and marketing plan. And in February, we brought forth a component, and I'll discuss the components a little bit more detail on the next slide. But we brought the 10-year financial forecast, our fiscal sustainability, looking at what our structural deficit is ahead of us, and discussed how potential tax revenue measures might need to be part of the solution to close that structural deficit. And again, that's what we're talking about tonight. Next slide, please. So again, for context, there's numerous components to the Vision 2025 and Beyond study. We're talking about number 1 here tonight. I'm going to skip that for now and just go to number 2. Council recently approved a contract with Cosmont Companies to conduct our economic opportunity study, and that study will include a significant public engagement component in conducting that. Council also had authorized the 2-year marketing study and plan with CDA, the company, I forget what CDA stands for, but
Creative Digital Agency?
Yes. So we're in process with them for that marketing plan. Again, component 4, the surveying and public engagement.
Kevin, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for 1 minute?
Yes.
Tiger said it's not coming through on the phone, he can't hear. Josh, do you have Tiger on the line, or?
Yes, I have Tiger now. I apologize. The mic was muted.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry about that, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. You should be able to hear us now. The component 4 is the significant public engagement surveying piece to the Vision 2025, and then component 5 to Vision 2025 is really bringing this all together into the final report and crafting the story, the vision that this project tells us. So moving back to the financial forecasting and revenue enhancement strategies, there's really 3 legs to the revenue stool for local government. There's containing expenditures, there's increasing revenue through non-tax measures like economic development, impact fees, and we've really been, number 1, historically Pacifica has had to go very strongly into expenditure containment. We just talked about that with our limited staffing resources and historical cuts. Number 2, we're going very strongly into economic development to increase revenues through various means, attracting tourism, et cetera. and as well as we've adopted a number of impact fees. And we just talked about some additional impact fees in the budget item. And then the third leg to that stool is really looking at if you still have a forecasted significant deficit like Pacifica does of 2.7 million after we use ARPA funding, you need to have the hard conversation about potential tax measures that need to be voted on by the public. And that's what tonight's conversation is about. And I'll stop there, turn it over to Kurt to jump into the opinion research and the results of that.
Excuse me, Josh, can you allow Tiger to unmute? Because he said he called back again.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick has the ability to speak on the mic if he wishes to.
Okay, just making sure he's telling me he doesn't. Hello, thank you for being here.
All right, my pleasure. Thank you, Kevin. Looks like switching presentations, perfect. Well, my name is Kurt Balo with FM3 Research, where we're getting a little chuckle of my name's pronunciation because it's either Halo or J-Lo is what it rhymes with, whatever is your preference.
I like J-Lo.
So I'm going to go through these survey results and allow for some discussion at the end about what some of the implications may be. So first quick note here is the methodology. It's a similar methodology that we've conducted for the city in the past, one that's very common these days, which is what was called the dual mode survey. Sorry, I just heard a voice. Was that a?
Oh, I'm hearing a voice too.
TV.
Okay. Oh, all right. I wasn't the only person hearing voices. That's always a good thing. So a dual mode survey is 2 data collection modes, either telephone interviews or online. And we reach out to those individuals via telephone calls to do the telephone interviews or email and text invitations to take the survey online. In this case, we're reaching voters, and specifically those voters who are likely to vote this November. So this wasn't a broad general population survey. It wasn't even just of adults or registered voters, but those who are likely to vote this coming November. We did a little over 400 interviews, 420 of them, and kind of the early middle part of April. The key numbers here for interpreting these results is a margin of sampling error. So given after the weighting that we did, basically there's a 5% margin of sampling error for the responses that all 420 people took. And then for anything that was split sampled, which half the respondents got one version of a question, about a 7% margin of error. And that's kind of important given the way we structured the survey to look at a few of these ballot measures. So the first section here is the lens through which voters would look at any of these types of measures. Are they optimistic, pessimistic, mixed? How do they feel about life in the city? That's going to impact how they might react to a potential ballot measure. So just a quick summary of, we went through a variety of different questions that we've asked in the past. The right direction, wrong track type of question here. How's government doing? Excellent, good, fair, poor. Same thing at the city council. The big takeaway here, I'm not going to read through these numbers, is that things have been pretty steady on all those metrics. Very similar percentages feel like the city's heading in the right direction as they were in 2 surveys we conducted in 2019 and one in 2016. And similar impressions of city government and the city council overall. So this is an electorate that there may be some ups and downs. You may hear different things from people when you're engaging with the community, but in aggregate, those impressions are holding pretty steady over the course of the last several years. But that doesn't mean there aren't things that are really top of mind and concerning for them. And these next couple of slides go through issues we presented to respondents, asking them, well, what are these problems? Here's some potential problems. You tell us how serious of a problem you think those are in Pacifica. And the reason we do this is we want to see where do some of the issues that you're facing stack up with things that voters have on top of their minds, and where is there alignment there. And there also may be some things that they're particularly concerned about that may make a measure more or less viable. Some of these items you have virtually no control over, and some of them you have more control over, but we're just trying to gauge what they're concerned about. So there's a little bit of a tiering here. So there's a top couple things here. A lot of cost of living issues, not shocking at all. The cost of housing, inflation, gas prices. I don't think that comes as a shock to anybody here that those are things that are top of mind concerns. In this case, you've got around 2/3 or more who feel like those are extremely or very serious problems. That's the scale we use, extremely, very serious, somewhat not too serious of a problem. Right in that same mix on this first slide are a couple more unique Pacifica things involving coastal issues of coastal erosion and sea level rise. Moving on to the second of the, I believe, 3 slides here. There are a couple other items above that dash line, which at least half of respondents felt like they were extremely very serious problems. Looking at homelessness a couple different ways, broadly speaking, homelessness, or people living in oversized vehicles on city streets. And then right behind that, or right around there, is just, potholes. When we get below that line, there's not huge differences, but you see the darkest orange bars start to get into the teens, a little bit smaller, a little less intensity around the seawall itself, traffic congestion, waste in local government, and the condition of the local economy. And the third slide here is where the dark blue bars start to get a little bit bigger. Those who don't think things are much of a serious problem. And what the top one here is pretty pertinent to this discussion, which is the amount people pay in local taxes. It's not a top tier or middle tier issue, but still 40% feel like it's at least a very serious problem. So it's not a negligible level of concern. Going down that list, though, you see crime, flooding, and library conditions pretty low on that list. The last question before we turn to the measures that we looked at here is a proxy question that we ask in a lot of finance measure surveys, which is, generally speaking, do you feel like in this case the city needs more funds to provide services? And this is separate from how the funds will be generated, separate from what specific services we're talking about, just a gut reaction. And this lets us know, are we swimming upstream, downstream, or is it stagnant water, so to speak, when it comes to placing a measure in front of people? And in this case, 3 out of 5 said there's an appreciable need. They thought the need was great or some. We dismiss those a little bit who say there's a little bit of need. That doesn't tend to correlate with support for a finance measure. So what we're really looking at here is that 61% who feel like there's an appreciable need for funding, which suggests, all right, for a revenue measure, there's a majority who feel like the city needs additional funding. So that kind of leads us into the next section here, which is those measures we looked at. And as Kevin noted, there were 3 different ones that we had direction to investigate. A half-cent sales tax, an increase of the transient occupancy tax, or TOT, and modernizing the city's utility users tax, or UUT. The way this survey was structured in consultation with staff was to focus on the half-cent sales tax and the TOT, and then ask about the UUT at the end of the survey. It's hard to do a survey with fully vetting 3 different measures that have very distinct mechanisms like this. But what we did, and they're all structured as general purpose measures, so you would need to, they could fund any services, none of the funds would be earmarked, and the vote thresholds would be 50% plus 1. So for the TOT and the sales tax, half the respondents got the sales tax first, half got the TOT, and then half got them in the reversed order. And then we asked them follow-up questions about the measure they heard first. Essentially, here are some rationales for supporting one, or here's some rationales for opposing that same one. And at the end of the survey, we asked about the UUT. So let's get to those questions. So here is a hypothetical 75 words for a general purpose half-cent sales tax measure. It has a bunch of the relatively new requirements for ballot measures of this nature. You have to indicate how much money you would generate on an annual basis. I think that number, updated number now is around 2.6 from when we tested this, we first drafted this. So around 2.5 million, just to keep it in round numbers here. In this case, it would last, the version we tested lasted for 9 years, and we talked about a variety of the different funding areas that it could help support. And here are the results. If you read the survey on the phone or read it yourself online, we asked you, hey, how would you vote on this, yes or no? If you said yes or no, we pushed you a little bit. Is that definitely or probably yes or no? And for those whose initial reaction was undecided, we pushed them a little bit also and asked them if they're leaning one way or another. So that gives us a 7-point spectrum. And if you add up all flavors of yes, definite, probable, and lean, and all flavors of no, you see those totals on the right-hand side. And you'll see there wasn't really any material difference in how responses to the measure, independent of the order they were asked. But about 2/3, 66%, said they would vote yes. And about around a third-ish said they would definitely vote yes, and about 1 in 5 said they definitely vote no. So for the sales tax, for a 50% majority measure, there's initial support that is above that vote threshold by a relatively wide margin. We'll talk about how that level of support changed over the course of the survey, but this is the starting point. So let's get to the other measure we focused on, which is the TOT measure. In this case, going up to 15%. Same sort of thing here about spending, the areas of fund, how the funds would be spent. A little more specificity about the mechanism because it's more complicated, paid only by hotel and lodging guests and short-term stays. I think one of the key differences here when it comes to your contemplation as a body is the fact that this would generate $350,000 a year versus the roughly $2.5 million. And this one, your current TOT doesn't have a sunset, and so this one also would persist until ended by voters. So, same drill. How would you vote on this measure? Interestingly enough, there was a little bit of a difference. If it was heard of the TOT first, they were more supportive than if they'd heard it after the sales tax. We didn't have room in the survey to further explore why that distinction might be there. But when we combine all 420 responses, we end up at 63% yes, which is right in the same margin of sampling error as the sales tax. So I think it's pretty safe to say that sort of mid-60s support for either a TOT or a sales tax, at least initially after just hearing those 75 words. So this section goes through, well, how could those funds be spent? And this is not this is not FM3 saying this is how you should plan your budget. We just went through some very challenging circumstances that you faced a few minutes ago. But this is us saying, here's some potential ways that money from one of these measures could be spent, and here's how voters react to those. It's one of the data points of many that you have to use in figuring out how to craft your budget. But this is a data point of 420 people weighing in on this. And the scale we use, it's a pretty long list of buckets here, and we asked respondents to indicate whether they thought something was either extremely, very, somewhat, or not too important. Once again, we focus on the more intense reactions, those who feel like something's either extremely or very important to invest in, and those are the darker blue bars. So this first slide, and there's a number of these slides too, really zoomed in on the things that are around 3/4 or more thought were extremely or very important. You'll see a few public safety items here, emergency responses, fire protection services up there, and then kind of a little, a couple coastal-ish flooding issues around storm drains, maintaining those to prevent flooding, keeping pollution and trash off beaches, and then a couple other items that were a little bit different, was economic development here around local jobs and businesses, and then the broad bucket of maintaining Pacifica's vital services. Moving further down the list, these are all items kind of considering the margin of error around 2/3 felt like were either extremely or very important. Darker blue bars are still pretty good size, but not quite as big. They're more like around the 30s to 40s range. A few more items around coastal issues, but we get roads, wildfires, safe routes to school, which I think I heard a little bit about sitting here. Interestingly enough, that last item is preventing cuts to the vital services, further down the list than maintaining the city's services. Third slide in this deck, and again, those orange bars are still very small. So while these are further down the list, we're getting into the 50s compared to the 70s and 80s in terms of extremely very important. No one's dismissing these. They just don't feel quite as strongly about them. And we talk about parks and playgrounds, seawalls. Kind of interesting here, and it's not uncommon. We talk about retaining experienced police officers or maintaining police patrols. They're important to large majorities. It's those response times that they really tended to gravitate towards in this particular survey. But again, everything here is still a majority. Finally, on our last slide is the only time when we start to see some of those orange bars get a little bit bigger. But these are all items kind of more hovering around half who felt like they're extremely very important. Youth programs, potholes, library services, tree trimming, and those last two I was alluding to, which is expanding efforts to attract tourists and mitigating against tourism impacts. much further at the bottom of this list. It's kind of interesting that we lumped together all the different coastal things. There's an interesting spread here, talking about like protecting coastal areas and beaches, sort of broadly, protecting coastal or preventing coastal erosion. 7 out of 10, hey, that's extremely very important. We talk about the seawall itself, and I understand it's a complex issue here. The majority feel like it's important, but not at the same level. It's sort of the benefits and the impacts is what people gravitate towards a little more strongly. All right, my last section here. As I promised up front, we went through some, if you were to put something on the ballot, you want to try to, as best as you can in a 20-minute survey here, is model some sort of, well, if there were some arguments made in favor and arguments of opposed, what might the impact of that be? And it helps look at a little bit of the ceiling and floor for a measure. And if anything, as you've noticed in the last, since 2020, things can change quite a bit, but in this particular snapshot in time, we get a little feel for that. And so types of arguments that we went through, rationales for supporting a measure included that both of these types of measures could be paid for by those who do not live in the city. That's particularly the case for the TOT. But also talk about how if you want to stay a full service city, you need these measures. These funds would support a variety of different specific services here. There would be a lot of accountability provisions. And going back to something that I know that Kevin was just highlighting in one of the prior agenda items here, which is the fact that the city is understaffed compared to comparable cities, and these measures would go to address that. On the flip side, hey, why are reasons to oppose one of these measures? A few of these are ones that are traditional opposition positions for any revenue measure here. Can't trust the city government to spend the money, cost of living is too high, taxes are too high, and the sales tax, the fact that it's regressive. And then some other items here that were a little more specific to Pacifica, talking about the new city hall, talking about past measures here, impacts of this on these measures on tourism, and we even worked in a little bit about, well, if you're contemplating banning the sale of, say, fireworks, why would you be trying to raise revenue through a different means? So what's the impact of all these? So for the sales tax, this is just the sales tax, and just the half sample who heard about or asked the sales tax first, when we started off at 66%, 2/3, we said, here are a bunch of rationales for supporting this measure. You should vote yes because. And that support didn't go up anymore. It stayed at 66%. So that's clearly kind of a ceiling there. And then we came back and said, here are a bunch of reasons why you should oppose this. And support did go down to 59%. Now that's still above the 50% vote threshold. And the margin of sampling error, because this is a split sample question, is 7%. So that 59% is above that. If you take out those who are only leaning yes, it does get down to 53% yes. So different ways you can kind of look at the data here, but kind of keep those in mind as I go to the next slide, which is the TOT. A little bit different dynamic, where that support actually did go up appreciably here, up to 75% indicating they'd vote yes after hearing the rationales for supporting the measure. And while support did come down some after the critical statements, it only came down to 68%. And if you took out those leaners, there weren't as many of them, support still is at a pretty robust 65%, taking out those who are only leaning yes. Before I tie a bow on this, I'll just talk briefly about the UUT measure. And here's the hypothetical 75 words that we looked at here too. Essentially lowering the rate to 5%, so lowering the rate and broadening the base. So expanding it potentially to water and telecommunications. This is something that many cities have done over the last decade plus, because things like cell phones and all these different things were not included in a lot of the original UUTs. So let's lower the rate, broaden the base. This generated potentially a revenue number more on par with the half-cent sales tax, around $2 million. And reactions to that were quite a bit more muted. 32% indicated they vote yes, and a majority, 55%, indicated they would vote no. There's more undecided vote here. UUTs are complicated. It's not like a sales tax. You kind of get sales tax. UUT, it's not. We always see more people in surveys say, wait, I don't really know what to make of this. But a majority did say they'd vote no at this point in time. So from our point of view, what does this mean here? So the first part is, let's just take a step back and think about how people view the city, basic views of city, life in the city, basic views of the city government have held pretty steady over the last several years. Top concerns are cost of living issues and coastal issues. The cost of living issues are sort of ubiquitous these days and for very rational reasons. In terms of spending areas, those that respondents to the survey gave the highest level of intensity to, some of the emergency response stuff was way at the top, preventing flooding there, keeping pollution off beaches, though some of those coastal issues, business development, and the broad category of just maintaining the vital services that the city provides. So what does this mean for some measures here? From our read of this, the UUT doesn't appear to be viable at this point in time, particularly given your short runway between now and November election. There's a lot more confusion about it. The majority indicated they would vote no at this point in time. It doesn't mean that's not something you should consider in the future, but it's going to take more outreach and communication and probably thinking about the different types of combinations of modernization that you might want to consider. There's a wide range there if you're going to broaden the base. When it comes to a sales tax or a TOT, a sort of half-cent sales tax, and increasing the TOT to 15% specifically, there was pretty broad, consistent majority support throughout the course of the survey. There's a distinction between the two, obviously, though. Support for the TOT, particularly at the end, was higher and more robust. In that last vote, almost a 10-point difference. You take out those leaners, and the sales tax does gets pretty close to the vote threshold, to be perfectly honest, but they were still above that vote threshold throughout the course of the survey. So the TOT viability is higher, generates around $350,000. Half-cent sales tax still had majority support, but it's getting closer to that vote threshold, although it generates an appreciably larger amount of money, more on par with your budget shortfall that you're currently facing. So that's kind of the trade-off that you get to consider. And that gets me to the end. So maybe if, Kevin, let me know if you want to summarize now or take questions, whatever is best for you.
Why don't I just quickly summarize while City Clerk Coffey is bringing back up the other presentation, the final slides. I did want to point that in the staff report for this item, it concludes with the similar hypothetical deficit scenario that was in the budget report. But it goes a little bit further with more information to say if you divided a $2.7 million projected deficit across all the departments, that's the chart that was in the budget report at 6% in each department, the cost impact to each department, what does that translate into for the average cost of employees? And it provides the list showing that for general government, if we were to close the deficit by eliminating positions, general government, we'd have to eliminate 2, police 5, fire 3, planning and building 2, public works 2, parks, beaches, and recreation 2. So it puts that as I think the word sobering was used, it puts that sobering picture there. So for context. And again, that's a hypothetical scenario, but just what, next slide, please, then, Sarah. Oh,
I got the clicker, sorry.
Oh, can you do it manually? There you go. Yeah, okay. So again, what I wanted to conclude with is the council is going to discuss these results, and we're seeking direction on whether to proceed with one of these types of tax measures. My recommendation is we have an opportunity with the sales tax, the local transactions and use tax, to really help our deficit scenario, whereas the TOT doesn't make much of a dent in that. And related to that is also the fact that in the sales tax hierarchy throughout the state and in our county, there's a cap that is allowed, and the local tax is a 2% cap. 1.5% of it is already taken by county-wide measures. So there's only 0.5% left that can be taken by the city, that can be used by the city or allocated, whatever word you want to use. And Mr. Moore can go into more details about how that structure works and why that is. But if we wait, we don't know if there might be a county-wide measure that takes that amount, and then we're not left with the local transaction and use tax option unless we get a special legislative dispensation from the state to go above and beyond that cap. So that's part of the rationale behind the recommendation, is that the results show that the TOT is pretty much going to be feasible at any election at which you can have a tax measure, but we might have a window of opportunity to be successful with the local transactions and use tax for this fall. And but that's the topic for council conversation tonight. And then the next steps would be, if we're going to move ahead with a revenue measure, that we would go and prepare the ordinance and ballot measure, bring that back at the June 27th council meeting for council to consider putting on the ballot.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council?
I do.
Okay, go, Tiger, go.
And during that last item, sobering was definitely the word, and that continues into this one. I have interest in just following up for a moment on that half-cent cap that the county could come in and take up if we don't in the not too distant future. I was just wondering a little bit, if you could do a deeper dive how that works and what sorts of, I'm kind of curious how quickly the county might jump on that if we don't take the opportunity now while we still have that half-a-cent leeway.
Basically, the way, Vice Mayor and members of council, under California state law, there's a 2% cap on implementing local transaction and use taxes. And one of the things, too, to point out in this discussion is that a transaction and use tax that the city council could place on the ballot and the voters could adopt if they wished, it's a little different than the 1% local sales tax. The difference is that in a 1% local sales tax, it's applied for businesses that are based in and operate in the city of Pacifica. In a transaction and use tax, which is what we're talking about here, it's applied to purchases by individuals that live in Pacifica. So for example, if someone's in Pacifica and they buy something online, the half-cent applies even if the online seller is not in Pacifica. Similarly, if someone from Pacifica bought a car in a dealership that was in, let's say, Colma or Daly City, you wouldn't get the 1%, but you would get the half-cent. And so one of the interesting things, and this, I think, part of the study shows that a lot of your residents shop outside of your community, is that the half-cent transaction and use tax actually brings in the same amount of money, the $2.6 million, as your 1% current sales tax does. And that's not true in many cities that have a large sales tax retail base, but it is true in your city because of the amount of, the term of art is used as leakage, the amount of leakage that you have. Turning to the Vice Mayor's question about the cap, the county and the county transportation agencies over the last several years have actually passed transaction and use tax measures that actually exceed the 2% cap, believe it or not. They've passed 2.125% in local transaction and use taxes. They were able to do that because they were able to exempt the last two measures that they passed, namely Measure W, which is a 2018 transit district tax, and Measure RR, which was a joint powers tax using state legislation, and that's how they were able to do that. But as it affects Pacifica, this answers probably a question that some of you may have, which is in 2009, the city went out for a 1 cent local transaction and use tax, but today you can't do that because of the county went out in 2013, 4 years after your 1 cent measure, and they passed Measure K, which was a half-cent measure. And so what you're left with today is a half-cent measure. Now, there are 5 cities in the county that have a half-cent sales tax and 2 cities that have a quarter-cent sales tax. So if the county were to go out today and try to go after the final half-cent, it couldn't be countywide because of those 7 cities. Although, again, there's always that possibility of getting legislation exempting a measure from the cap. However, one of the interesting things about that is this year there was a legislation proposed in Sacramento. It wasn't in San Mateo County, but it was in another county, to exempt a proposal from the cap. It passed the legislature, but then was vetoed by Governor Newsom. So even if you tried to get an exemption or you tried to raise the cap from half-cent to a higher number, there's no guarantee that even if the legislature passed it, that the governor wouldn't also veto that. He was kind of vague in terms of why he vetoed the measure in another county. But that all comes back to the point of today your choices are, if you were to move ahead with a local transaction and use tax, you could only go up to a half-cent. You could not go beyond that today.
Here it's 10:30.
And what's interesting to me is even if we went the route of the state, which sounds like a painful proposition for little old us, say in theory, it would take as much as the swipe of the governor's pen to deny us a great deal of hard work. And so I'm very interested in taking up our half-cent allowance while we still can. Thank you very much.
We have time check. It's 10:30. Do you have a motion to extend the meeting?
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
The motion was made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded first by Councilmember Vaterlos. Take the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And the motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 passes unanimously.
Okay, do we have any other questions from council? Okay, should we go to public? Oh, go
I'm going to
ahead.
ask a question. Can we do both these measures at the same time? The TOT and the half-cent sales tax?
Yeah, I could give you my just experience with this. I would say you certainly can. There's nothing prohibiting you from doing that, but it would be challenging when both measures are general purpose measures and kind of funding a similar set of services. And one of the measures could be perceived as a tax that other people would pay, the TOT, versus a sales tax, which is something that local people would pay. So in that circumstance, if I want to benefit public safety and other types of services, and I'm reading those 275 words, one of them might seem more appealing, which would be the TOT, and so you might cut into the sales tax support if both of them are on the ballot at the same time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment. I don't see any yellow cards. Do we have anyone on the phone, Josh?
Yes, Mayor Beer, we have 2 hands raised at this time.
Okay.
There are also a few other callers, so if they wish to speak on this item, as a reminder, please press star 5 to raise your hand.
And you'll have 2 minutes.
So we'll begin with caller with the last 4 digits ending in 3097. 3097. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Remy Tan,
Hello, Remy.
Pacific Manor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Remy?
Yes, I like to have the city council support the idea of the
I'm sorry.
the actual sales tax sounds like a good idea based on the consultant. I think the city should also look at the joint police services. I think it was looked at a while ago, similar to how we were doing the fire department, because it will, pool the resources of many of the smaller city and potentially county, saving us a lot of money because the police services is, a good, quarter of the city's budget. So maybe that's something that should be considered in the Vision 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy.
Thank you, Remy. Our next caller is the last four digits ending in 9182. 9182, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Caller 9182, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, Council and staff. This is Christine Bowles again, and I also want to just express my support for the sales tax and the TOT. I mean, I think these tax measures just barely cover, our low budget as it is now, and still don't really deal with our staffing levels and so forth that are, in deficit mode. So hopefully we can get the public behind supporting those measures so that we can continue to function as a city. And Remy does ask a good question about our police. I know, I think I've heard from Sue Degree that there was talk some years ago about potentially, working with the Sheriff's Department. I don't know if that's an option. But we should be looking at other ways that we can, pool our resources and save money. The other comment I wanted to make that is maybe more in relation to the budget that was discussed earlier. I know the Mid-Coast, I heard from Greg Digas, who's on the Mid-Coast Community Council, that they have just recently hired a part-time grant writer. And I remember hearing that Kevin Woodhouse, that really doesn't have the resources to do that himself. And obviously he's at a higher salary level than someone who would do this, as a full-time job. And they would know those grant opportunities better if that's what they're really focusing on. So that might be something else, especially as I mentioned before, that the state really does have a surplus right now. And so if we can really be on top of grants that we might apply for, I think that could really be helpful. And perhaps someone can reach out to the Mid-Coast and just see what their what the salary is for that person, at a part-time.
Thank you so much, Christine. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Mayor Bear, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for a discussion. Okay, well, I happen to agree with the callers that I think that we need to go forward with a half-cent sales tax. I don't see what choice we have.
No, I would support that, yes.
Reluctantly. I just am concerned about the cost of living, cost of gas, and all of that. And I think it's not in any way reflecting the value of staff or the need to bring in the revenue to make sure that we're funded. It's more about a pessimistic economic state of affairs that I think will make it more challenging. But that is what it is.
Well, I think this is the opportunity for the public to decide how much services they want. As we clearly stated, if this doesn't happen, there's 5 police officers, 3 or 4 public works, et cetera. So the services will have to be cut. I won't be here, but somebody will have to cut them because we have to balance the budget. We're not like the federal government and just print some more.
Right.
So this is Basically, if you say no, then hand them a sheet and say, what departments do you want to cut?
Right,
That's basically it.
you're right, Mike.
Tiger?
Yeah, and given how many comments we're getting as we enter into the general plan process about the speed that our citizens would like to see us at, which on the one hand I hear loudly, on the other hand I see exactly what our staff is going through. I see exactly what we're holding together with the shoestring budget apparently we have. We're talking about losing what ground we have currently, and by God, it would be nice not just to worry about maintaining this status quo, which is heroic given what we have to work with, but actually get ahead by like a person or two, fill an extra pothole or two, be able to listen to community concern, comment, feedback, and say, yes, we can change direction in even the slightest way that way because we actually have wiggle room to be able to do something because we have more to work with than what we have now. So it's really frustrating going through these numbers, seeing the intense work that our staff does on a constant basis and wanting us not just to maintain, but maybe even become even more functional than we currently are. So by God, yes, I'm in favor of a half-cent sales tax.
Okay,
thank you.
Make a motion, receive and discuss public opinion research findings on potential local revenue options available to the community priorities, perspectives, and provide direction to the city manager about which potential revenue measure needed to maintain the current level of city services. So this isn't, I don't need to read that, do I?
You need to decide what revenue measure you want staff to.
I think, okay, I move that we bring forth this transaction use tax to the November ballot.
Second.
The motion was made by Councilmember O'Neill and first seconded by Councilmember Vaterlos. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
I could never hear her going first, yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Question, Kevin, when will you be bringing the fireworks advisory vote to us?
Good question. The fireworks advisory item for the council to consider putting that on the ballot will most likely be June 13th.
June 13th, okay.
Yeah, and then this will be bringing back on June 27th, I believe.
Okay, so we'll have 3 council races, the fireworks, and this transaction tax all on the ballot, correct?
Fun time.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to check.
Okay, we're moving forward. Plowing forward. Now we're on item 11, ad hoc committee recommendations for council chambers renovations. Thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Sam Bautista, your Deputy Director of Public Works. Tonight I'll be giving you a very short report on the Council Chambers Ad Hoc Committee's recommendations. On April 19th, staff met with the Ad Hoc Committee to determine what improvements to the council chambers would be performed. The improvements will include painting all the walls, replacing and installing new carpet tile, replace chairs and the windows, and also some miscellaneous items such as improving the cable management and changing the ceiling tiles in the entryway. So the council chambers renovation project is estimated to cost $170,000, and it is recommended that City Council authorize the city manager to execute the various construction agreements for the tasks that I just mentioned. Public Works will be going out to different vendors to get quotes and get the best price on all the tasks that I just mentioned. In addition, the ad hoc committee will also oversee the initial artwork displays in the chambers following the renovation, as well as research a streamlined process for future art installations. The next step is to pick the carpet tile, and from there we'll pick the chairs and also pick the color of the paint. So with that, I recommend that the City Council accept this report and approve the following actions. Approve a budget authority of $170,000 from an allocated general fund balance, and then authorize the city manager to execute agreements with various contractors to perform project tests within that amount. So I am here to answer any of your questions.
Can we do a virtual remodel? Cheaper. Or virtual meetings.
Is any other questions from council? Tiger, do you have any questions?
To press my unmute button. No question. I'll have a statement at the end, I fancy.
Okay. Let's go to public comment. Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, Mayor Beer, I have one hand raised with the caller last four digits 3097. 3097, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. (3097), you may now unmute yourself.
Me?
Yes.
Hello, Remy. Hello.
Hi, this is Remy Tan again, Pacific Manor. I think the city council should consider improving the broadcast system. A lot of the slides that are on the screen and also visible, on PCT are blurry. So that should be a priority to get that fixed on this renovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. Mayor Beer, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to council for discussion.
I make a motion that we accept the report from the ad hoc committee, approve the following action recommended by the ad hoc committee, approve a project budget of $170,000 from unallocated general fund balance, authorize the city manager to execute agreements with various contractors, perform project tasks within this amount.
I second.
The motion made by Councilmember Vaterlas and seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Oh, wait, didn't
I think Tiger wanted to say something. Did you want to say something, Tiger?
He maybe fell off. Is he still there?
Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to say something?
Yes, I just had to remember to unmute. I can do it with Zoom just fine. I was just going to say that given that we'll be out of the space through July, it'll be interesting to see how much can get done between now and then, if possible. And with that, I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, and I also wanted to comment on the what Remy Tem said about the screen. I was looking at the screen today, and it has been blurry the whole time, and so I'm curious if maybe we could talk to PCT during the time when we're not here to see what we can do about that. Even like just talk to presenters about making their slides different so, you know, like all the words aren't squished together. I don't know. Something that we can do to make it more readable because I couldn't read it. So, okay, I'm ready to vote.
I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
So excited about that. Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving on to our appointments to the Park, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, the Beautification Advisory Committee, Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee.
Before we go on to that item, can I ask the city manager a question?
Yeah.
I mean, city attorney, well, both of you. I wasn't at the interviews. I did screen, paper screen the applications, and I want to know what the recommendation is or the practice about whether I should abstain or if it's recommended that I go ahead and vote.
There's no legal reason why you cannot vote. If you've reviewed the applications and you make clear that you feel that you have enough information to make a decision. But there's no legal requirement that you interview all applicants or do anything more than just review the applications and feel competent to make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Josh, do we have anyone on the phone?
There are a couple callers on the line, but no hands are raised at this time.
Okay, and if you'd like to make a public comment, if you could fill out.
No, I have solicited to be on the commission.
You have to
If
get
you
to
would-
the microphone.
Wait, yeah, and you also have to fill out a yellow card so we have record of you. But go ahead and go to the microphone first.
The
We'll give
TV
you-
doesn't pick you up unless you're at the microphone.
We'll give you 2 minutes, and then you can fill out a card after you're done.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Hernan Muragi. I lived many years here in Pacifica. I'm essentially local, went to high school in Westmore High School. And I want to join the Beautification Commission. I have experience. I worked in the government in San Francisco for a member of Congress for 13 years. And working in San Francisco, I was in the Street Tree Commission for 3 years approximately. So I know something about that issue, and I think that Pacifica can use many more trees throughout the city, especially in the areas, the commercial areas, business areas, and also the entrance, from Highway 1 to Manor and Hickey and Sharp Park. These are entrances where people come.
You still have another minute.
Oh, thank you. And that is what I'm interested in. And I've been, the idea of beautifying Pacifica is important to me, and I think it's important for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming tonight. And if you could go to the back, to the chief of police back there and fill out a yellow card, that would be awesome.
Okay. And when do they vote for the commission?
Right now.
Oh, thank you.
We'll be voting now, yeah. Thank you, and I appreciate you being here. Okay.
Can I make a motion
Yes.
to do all three at once?
City attorney, all three at once? Or can we?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's totally up to the council.
I move that for Parks, Beach, and Recreation, we accept Cindy Abbott. For beautification, we accept Hernan. And for open space, we accept Arlene. And that's my motion.
I think for Park and Rec, you have to say whether the full term or partial term.
Sorry, for a full term.
I'll second.
And I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, so before we adjourn, I just want to let everyone know this is Josh's last night. I want to thank him so much for all of his service in the last years. We appreciate you. We're so proud of you. So we're going to adjourn in honor of you.
And we
Thank you so
wish you well in your next step in your amazing career. Thank you.
Thank you so much, council members. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Josh. We're going to miss you so much.
The right
Good
foot
luck,
on the other
Josh.
side of a pandemic. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Big Steak.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned. Oh, what happened here? It's goofy.
Are we virtual, 18?
Virtual.